Hello? Hello. So you
Yep.
have to talk in the top of it.
Right.
Talk.
Imagine that's like a ping pong ball between your chin and the end of the microphone.
Like that.
Perfect.
Okay.
See, my years as a sound guy paying off.
A little bit of a jump. And where do we want to stand? I guess we're going to...
You can stand here. I'm going to probably wander around.
Can someone confirm whether or not we're in the frame? Where's Dustin? I don't know where the frame is. Hey, Bryna. Bryna, can you ask Dustin if we're in the frame, how to put us in the frame? Because there's two of us. So that they're not looking at like half your face. Or half my face.
Well, as long as
It
it's a
wouldn't be
good
such a
half.
crime if it was half my face.
Well, if they go this way, it's not bad because then they can't see my bald spot, right?
So we don't charge for that editing service.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think yours is lovely.
Yeah. Hey, man. Good to see you.
A little bit different standing on this side. This is Jensen's first time speaking at SCaLE, guys. Long time attendee, first time speaking. Hey, let's hear it for him. This is scary. But see, this is what happens when you stick around this conference long enough and you don't step back quickly enough. Look at this. So, I just want to make sure that we're in the frame because I don't know exactly how to fit us both. All right.
Can I make it half the day?
All right, here we go.
Hello. Hello and welcome to Open Source Career Day 2024. This is our third Open Source Career Day. We tried this at the beginning of 2020 and thought that we were going to have one the next year, and then you all know what happened. So we've definitely improved things over the years. We're bringing you a lovely series of sessions today. They're going to talk about a multitude of ways that you can get experience to re-career and enhance your careers, or to be able to strike out on your own, create your own business, or be a consultant, or work internationally. So I'm very excited about the sessions we have today. We also have career consulting that you're welcome to sign up for. We have 30-minute sessions that you can meet with a career consultant and bring your resume for review, talk about the next things it is that you want to do in your career, ideate a little bit about what's available outside of the bubble that you're thinking in, because there's a whole world available in technology. It's not an industry, it is a practice, and it's available everywhere. Every business in the world needs what you have, not just the FANG companies. So please be sure to sign up for career consulting. We have a number of lovely consultants that are all happy to meet with you. We also have free headshots that are available today. You sign up with our photographer, you'll be able to get a headshot, professional headshot done. It'll be lovely. You can put it on your LinkedIn, put it wherever it is you need it, and that'll help you look a little bit more professional as you're trying to present yourself in the world. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Lori Barfield and Jensen Crawford, and have a lovely day. Thank you so much.
There we go. All right. Well, welcome everybody. Hopefully everybody is here for the right conference. How to get experience when you have no experience. One of the things we want to talk about is kind of the paradox. I have to kind of like get behind my back to get this to work. How do we get experience when nobody will hire me without experience, right? That's always a challenge. Everybody says, you need experience. We don't have experience, but I need experience. We have a solution for you. So what Lori and I have done is we've worked with our R&D department, and we've come up, if I can get this to work, I have to stand over here just so I can get the remote to work.
You're going to need to stand here to be in the frame.
There we go. We've come up with canned experience that you can bring to your interview. You bring the cans of experience to the interview, you say, how much experience do you need? I've got all the experience you could ever want. Now, of course, it's not this easy. Glad you realized this was a joke. A little bit about me. I'm a software executive. I've been a hiring manager for years. A nerd. I'm a ham operator. I'm such a nerd, I use the Dvorak keyboard layout. I work with boats. I'm on a boat crew. I'm an instructor. I'm a vessel examiner. So done all those things. That's a little bit about me. And here's some visuals about some of my volunteer work. I'll let Lori tell you a little bit about herself.
So, for those of you that don't recognize me because I'm in uniform, I am a longtime SCaLE chair, about 15, 16, 17 years, and an organizer of a collective group of crazies called Raise Me, who like to help people with their technical careers and do it for free. Also, I'm a member of the Coast Guard Auxiliary, and I am boat crew, and I just qualified for a role called watchstander, which I'm very proud of. I'm a National Branch Assistant. Oh, thank you. I'm a National Branch Assistant there, and my background is, and you'll hear things from this perspective, I'm a former hiring manager. I was an executive at several startups, and everywhere I went, I was a hiring contrarian. So here are my volunteer lives. So this talk is about how to integrate your volunteer experience with your regular career, and how to have them enhance each other. And my volunteer experience at SCaLE did exactly that for me. My leadership, I started out just volunteering at SCaLE, and then I moved into leadership roles, and eventually I had a budget. I had several teams of people working for me. All of this informed my other career, which was leading engineers. And it gave me things to talk about when I was meeting people for the first time. And indeed, if I ever wanted to go back to work, I could talk about my work in the Coast Guard Auxiliary as a second level manager, and with all the formal training I've got in the auxiliary, I would have a lot to say.
All right, so what we're going to cover today is talking about how to get experience when you don't have experience. We're going to go through looking at the experience paradox, how that fits into the Raise Me game plan, how to make your volunteer and work connection happen, and then answer any questions you have. So let's dive in with addressing the experience paradox. One of the best ways that we've found to do this is volunteer work. And people want to know, well, why volunteer work? Well, for volunteer work, you end up with flexibility in qualifications. You get hands-on experience. Volunteer organizations are desperate for people to help. So if you have an interest in learning something, they are more than willing to give you the chance to learn it, build some skills for yourself, and help out the organization. This also gives you the hands-on experience. If you're a developer and you want to do cybersecurity, if you're doing one thing and want to do another, all of those things can be done in a volunteer organization, and they're very flexible about when and how you can do that. When we're looking at the time commitment, because I mentioned when, the time is also very flexible. They know you have another life. It's not a 40-hour-a-week commitment. It might be as little as 1 hour a week. It might be as much as you have if you're in between jobs. But the great thing is that they are willing to work with you and let you put in the time that you have. They understand that you've got other things going on. This is an awesome way to build those skills, but do it in a time schedule that you have. And to me, the biggest thing about going through and working in a volunteer organization is how rewarding it is. Being able to work in something that I think is really a worthwhile cause, and in our case, it's saving lives, that is really rewarding. Knowing that we're doing that, knowing that I'm leaving the world a better place than I found it. I feel that we're all members of a community, and we have an obligation as a community to leave the community better than when we found it. So I'm going to give you an example of how volunteering helped me re-career. So many years ago, let's see if I can get this. I hit the wrong button. There we go. Met a young lady, we were dating. I didn't get to see her a lot because she was involved in theater. So I started working backstage, learning how to run sound, how to do lighting, all those things. Started doing those things, and that led to me changing careers and spending 10 years as an audio engineer. So I did everything from television to corporate events to arena shows. One of the things I didn't know until I was driving up with Brian this morning, that if you see down here in the corner, there's a backstage pass from Barbra Streisand's final tour. Brian and I worked on the same show and never knew it.
Well, how about that?
So that's kind of crazy. So here's some ways that you can get experience that are unpaid. We're here at SCaLE, right? We all know about open source projects. There's a whole room full of people over in the convention center that would love to have help on their projects. This is a great way to do work because it not only gives you the opportunity to look at other people's code, but hiring managers get to see how it is you interact with other people. They get to see the code you've actually committed. They get to see how do you interact with the team to resolve issues. All those things are great ways that give you a real leg up over somebody that only has a resume to throw at them. This is where Lori got me last year. So last year at a very similar talk, and my friend over here dragged me into it because she goes, "Oh, I know, Lori, we need to stay for this." You know, it's the volunteer, get involved. The, SCaLE is the largest community-run open source conference in North America. And it's because of all the volunteers that come together and make it work. And whether it's functioning as a speaker, or I know my buddy Paul back there has been doing tech work for years. There's all kinds of things that need to be done, and it's great to give back to the community. And that's, after all, why we're here at SCaLE. We want to learn more about it. And the more people we meet, the more networking there is, and it's more of an opportunity for us to realize, hey, I'm working on this, and she's looking for a job over here. Hey, have you talked to Lori about this? It's an opportunity for us to network, meet people, and understand things about the industry, in addition to just getting the hands-on experience. We can also have fun while we're getting experience. My son was involved in Cyber Patriots. He went through, there you go. He was a team captain, led his team to silver level for 2 years, and he's actually put that on his resume. That's helped him get work. People are impressed by that, but that's the kind of thing that we can do. So whether it's going to a hackathon or competing in a cybersecurity contest, all those things are great to have. Create a section on your resume so you can actually record what you've done, what you've achieved, and that'll be impressive to people. Another thing that's important is finding a mentor. It's important to have some guidance. We often feel lost when we're in between jobs or starting or looking for mid-career going, I don't know what I want to do next. Having a mentor to talk to, provide advice, is a great way to learn not only the skills, but learn kind of from a roadmap perspective how to lay out your career, what you might want to do next. Have a sounding board of experience that can help you with that. And if you're going to find a mentor, one of the other things you can do is be a mentor. Everybody in this room is qualified to be a mentor to somebody else. All of us have something to give to somebody else that wants to learn something that we know. And this is a great opportunity to not only share that knowledge, but it's an opportunity for us to gain experience that we can put on our resume saying, yes, I mentored 3 people, that are going through and wanted to learn more about software or wanted to learn more about cybersecurity or whatever it is. This is a great opportunity for all of us to keep busy and show that we know what we're doing and that we're willing to share and work with other people. This is the one that Lori dragged me into.
Look out.
That if you go to meetings,
You're next.
you can speak at meetings. Now, it doesn't have to be a meeting this big. When back in the early 2000s, I was working at a company, was talking to a buddy of mine, and we're saying, gee, it would be great to have like a reading group or something, because it would be great to like go through and study with a bunch of people the Gang of Four's design patterns book. Well, there weren't any book groups to do that. So what David did is he reached out to the LA Java users group and said, hey, I'd like to start a group. And he did, and that group, even though that David and I ended up leaving the group after a while, that group went on for years. So not only was he speaking and getting things going, but it was an opportunity to create something that carried on and that he could be proud of. He later went on to become CTO of some publicly traded companies, has had a great career. So that was pretty exciting for me as well. And we have different social circles that we work in, whether it's our family, whether it's people that we play sports with, different groups that we belong to, our families. All those things come together, and we should be talking with people about, here's what I want to do with my career. How is your career going? What can I do to help you? Connections come in unexpected places. My son was talking to one of my wife's cousins and discovered that, oh, hey, it turns out that Steve is the CTO for AT&T. My son's a computer science major. What an amazing connection, because they were talking about work and what they want to do. So always be talking to people about what you want to do, what your goals are, and what it is that you'd like to do and how you can help those people. Now, I know we all got into computers so we didn't have to deal with people, and it's not always comfortable for us. So I'm not saying, go to big meetups, be uncomfortable or any of that, but there are people that we deal with in ways that we are comfortable, and just leverage those opportunities to learn more about what people can offer and what we can do for them. And then another thing is that often we're working and then we're not working. And it's really important that in that time between jobs that we get busy. Not just looking for another role, but how do we volunteer? How do we fill that time to show, that what was I doing? I was building skills, I was taking classes, I was volunteering and building my resume while I was in between those roles. That's really a key thing for putting together more experience, showing everybody what we've done and how we're doing it, and then having a more presentable resume to go into that next role. So I've talked a bit about how to address the experience paradox. Lori's going to chat a little bit about how that additional experience fits into the overall Raise Me game plan. And I'm going to hand her the advancer because we were going to have two, but it didn't work out that way.
I know that some of you are probably already thinking, I want that consulting appointment. So there are consultants out there just waiting to talk to you. Let me introduce a little bit our Raise Me game plan, how we recommend at Raise Me that people re-career or find their next career steps. First of all, here we go. We have 4 steps. We aim, we build, we reveal, and we converge. Okay, the first step is aiming. Where are you going to go next? If you are, you can tune out for a minute if you already know the next job that you want. For those of you that don't, we have some suggestions. Okay, you need to pick a marketable skill set, and by that we at Raise Me we recommend the skills not just that will get you hired today, but that will be useful for your employer in 2 years. So think ahead. Also an appropriate role. Some people, they want a re-career. Re-careering means you're making a change. Sometimes, 2 years ago when I was giving this a similar talk, there was a woman that had a master's degree in fine arts, and she wanted to be a system administrator. She wasn't going to translate directly from the role that she had. It was a leadership role working for a museum. It wasn't going to translate directly to a leadership role in the technical, in the IT world, right? She needed to start over at a more junior position so that she would have time to focus on her own skills before she was responsible for other people's output. And the second thing to help you aim is to decide where you're going. And if you already know the company you want to work for, if you already have friends working at a certain place, if you already have a direction, then you don't need any advice. But if you are trying to figure out where to go next, here's what we recommend you do. Look for a strong industry, an industry that's on the growth side, and look for companies that are growing. The reason you pick an industry that is growing is because then if the company you're working for runs into trouble or gets acquired, then you can go work for a competitor that's doing even better. Okay, and the way I do this and the way that consultants will show you to do this is we use Google, we use LinkedIn, we use the free resources out there to do our mining. Now remember that some of the places that are blogging this information has something to sell you. They want you to buy their stock, or they want you to pay for their consulting services. But every time you sit down and to work on your career, to look for a job, to look for a place to go to next, to tune your resume, look around and see what the publications are saying about where the growth industries are and which companies are doing better. It's the same is true for what skills to go to. If you have time to take classes, these are just random. I'm not recommending these. These are just from one random Googling. If you know you have time to pick up more skills, you're not sure what to do next, you're not on a project that says, hey, we need someone that knows Julia, then what you can do is go to the blogs, and if you read enough sources, eventually what you see will start to resonate. Even though they're trying to sell you their classes and things, they will all agree on something, and that will help give you direction. And this is kind of tiny, but top of the list, AI. Machine learning, and Docker, Linux, Java. This is not even an open source site recommending these skills, okay? Here's another thing. You're doing exactly what people need to do to work on their careers, whether you're looking for a role or not. You're attending the largest open source grassroots conference in North America. Here's sponsors. These are companies that are doing so well, they can afford to help pay for SCaLE. And they're here to talk to you. And these companies have openings, and they are looking for people with your skill sets who are passionate about open source. You can't get a more targeted experience than coming to SCaLE and talking to exhibitors on the expo floor. So, Raise Me game plan. So that's where you aim. The second step is to build. You need to build qualifications that will persuade a potential employer with an opportunity that you're a good fit for their team. And here's what our consultants will recommend. You treat the in-between time like a job. Jensen already mentioned this, okay? I even tell people to take Jensen's tips. Make it a separate block on your resume, just like it was another employment block. Give it a start and end date, a little summary that says, hey, I learned, I picked up AWS, I learned, I managed to complete some certifications, I founded a meetup group. Make it a whole separate block. It gives you something to talk about, just as if you were talking about a previous job. Don't forget, for your open source projects, include those links on your resume. There's nothing that takes the risk out of hiring somebody more than a hiring manager being able to click on a link and seeing what your work looks like before they hire you and train you. The third step in our game plan is to reveal all of those skills that you've either recently acquired or that you found in your past that you want to talk about that make you qualified. Now, this does not have to cost money. And this is important when we're in between jobs, and we're also cheapskates because, you know, we're open source. So your new skills and experience need to go on your LinkedIn profile. You can build your brand in social media. We're all on different social networks, right? Always be kind of in mental promotion phase. Be sure to link to groups, participate in groups, talk online, and publish your work to open source repositories so that people can search for it and find it with the right keywords. The role you want also needs to be communicated. Okay, not just what your skill sets are. In your link, there's a tagline that goes underneath your name on your LinkedIn profile. Be sure to keep that up to date. Looking for a role doing X in Y industry. Another thing that is a really powerful tool is the elevator pitch. The elevator pitch is this 30-second pitch that you would give to somebody that you stepped on an elevator with on the first floor and only had until floor 10 to give them a complete picture of who you are and that you're looking for work, what kind of job you're looking for, and why you think you're qualified. Practice this elevator pitch until it's natural, until it's 30 seconds or less, until it's not an apology for you being out of work. It's a very positive, forward-looking message about yourself. The last thing that we have heard that people do, and I have not had an attendee do this yet, but they say the 90-second video can be a very worthwhile experience. It's not just creating a 90-second video showcasing your work, talking about what kind of companies you'd like to work for next. One thing it does is it helps you decide in your own mind what you want to do next. It's not just to show other people. But the most important tool of all for revealing your skills and your desire for a new opportunity is your resume.
Grab this. So your resume is important. How many people have sent out the same resume to a whole bunch of companies? How well does that work?
How many
Exactly.
did you send? 10? 12? Okay.
So what we recommend is that you use a targeted resume. Now, how many of you have tried to write a targeted resume?
Good.
How many found it a giant pain?
Ooh.
There you go. So what we found is that the painful part, and certainly for me, is the writer's block of I'm looking at a job listing. I'm trying to figure out what do they do, what do I write, how do I do this? And so the challenge is, how do I get to this targeted resume? Well, RaiseMe figured out that instead of struggling and writing, it's a lot easier to delete things. And we're going to talk about how you can do that so that you're not writing, you're starting with a master resume, and you're deleting the things that you don't need. Where we start in building our master resume is just an original narrative. It's a brain dump about all the things that you've done in each particular job. My colleagues from Mgage and Calera will recognize some of the things that I did. These are not things that necessarily going to go on the resume, but it's just to get you to think about everything that you've done. I went all the way back to, in my narrative, to when I was mowing lawns as a kid, to just get everything I've done. Because there was stuff that I'd forgotten. Oh yeah, I did this. Oh yeah, I worked as a dishwasher in a nursing facility when I was in high school. Oh yeah, I worked on this, Wang microcomputer when I was in college. Going through all those things kind of helps us look at not just the individual skills that we have and the tasks that we performed, but it also helps us identify, is there an arc to our career? Is there something that looks like we're heading toward? is where we're heading toward where we want to go. Those are all really good things to have. So the next step after having this giant narrative is to go through this and create a master resume. And the idea with the master resume is I'm taking each block and I'm putting down everything that could go in a resume. So the focus on this is on our outcomes, not on the activities. If you're sending me as a hiring manager, if I get a resume, and I get a lot of resumes that say, oh, well, I read the specifications and I wrote code and I debugged. Like, I know that from your job title. That doesn't tell me what you accomplished. Think of it this way. The difference between somebody saying, hey, over the summer, I volunteered and I took a hammer and I pounded 17,542 nails. It was awesome. Great, tells me about the activity. I have no idea what they did. But if somebody says, hey, I worked this summer and I helped build 20 homes with Habitat for Humanity for low-income housing, that outcome, that's a lot more meaningful. So it's very easy for us to get caught up in the activities because the activities are often what we think of and what we're focused on, but I recommend taking a step back and really looking at what's the outcome, what's the business value of what we did. What I always tell my team, and I'm sure Nicole will attest to this, as will Kasim back there, that our job is not writing code. If you're a developer, our job's not writing code. Code's what we use. Our job is creating business value. So understand what that business value is and make sure that that's what's recorded in the resume. So as we're going through the master resume, again, I have in my master resume stuff listed all the way back to that first job mowing lawns, talking about how I had to deal with, collecting the bills and invoicing and all that stuff. I'm not going to include that, but now I've got that master resume. From that, I can create a targeted resume. And the way that I do that is I make a copy of my master resume, I look at the job description, and then I just start deleting the things that aren't needed. That is so much easier than the writer's block and figuring out what do I say, because I already have everything laid out. At the end, I've got all the bullet points, and now all I really have to do is write that short summary on top. So one of the things that we have now that we didn't have 2 years ago is that we can use something like ChatGPT to help give us an idea of, well, what kind of thing could I say? You can provide the job description, you can provide your resume and ask saying, hey, what's a 3-sentence summary of why I'm a good fit for this? Then you can take that, rewrite it in your own words, and you now have a very powerful way to have that information, that top section in your resume, what you're targeting, why you want to be in that industry, and why you're going to bring value to that role.
Okay. All right. Cameras up. Where are we going to find those job postings? Remember, the job postings is going to be a list of bullet items that the hiring manager has said that you need to satisfy in order to be qualified for the role. You don't have to meet every requirement that they offer, but the more you can address in your resume, the stronger a match you'll sound like, the more they will advocate for your hiring. So here are the places to look. Open Source Job Hub, full disclosure, they are a media sponsor this year. They're helping support. You're sitting here in this chair. They're providing every exhibitor in the hall free job postings. Be sure to check them out because you can go directly to the expo hall afterward and actually talk to the companies that have openings. Okay, so I just want to make sure that you all know how to use LinkedIn. The search in the upper left, you see the red oval, that's the search bar. You can put other keywords on the search bar in order to narrow down the companies and the jobs that you're looking for. If you just look for open source, you'll find over 1,000 postings. And you can narrow it down based on the kind of company or the kind of work situation or even the kind of scholarship you're looking for. And our consultants will help you with this. You can stop at Howard's desk on the way out, and you can tell them, I need to talk to somebody because I need help finding a role. Also, you can set up alerts using the same keywords that work for your search. So LinkedIn will go to you and say, hey, something new has come up. So, and this is our new job board, sponsored by opensourcejobhub.com. Cameras up. So the next section in our talk that I would like to address is the volunteer work connection. How do you take your volunteer experience and translate that into an effective, actionable way to enhance your career? This is where the rubber meets the road. How am I doing on time? Okay, so that ties in with step 4 of the Raise Me game plan for recareering, and that is converging with a company or hiring manager on a potential opportunity that works for you, okay? And first of all, do your homework. Never talk to an employer or go into a job interview until you've looked at all of the standard sources online and tried to figure out what it's like to work for that company and what the role you're looking for is like to actually fulfill. All these are free. Okay, LinkedIn is the gold standard for mining around, but a Facebook group, almost every big company has its own Facebook group. It's very informal. Blind is kind of special because only people that have corporate addresses at the company that you're targeting can actually answer your questions. Cameras up. Also, there is some programming that I would like to deprogram right now. In the United States, we have too much emphasis. We have a horrible habit of measuring people by their success by how much money they make. Your career is more than that. Our philosophy at Raise Me is salary is only one factor. Okay, and when you emphasize salary too much in your next position, you'll find that you're giving up other things that are very important to you. So if you target a company and as you work with them, you're finding they're not your top salary offer, or they're not offering as much as you think that you wanted originally, they may have other things that they can offer you, but you need to know to ask for them. Here's some creative ideas, but there are probably many more, and as you work with our consultants, you may come up with them just in real time when you're talking with them. But obviously, work from home schedule is a big thing. If you prefer a role where you only have to go into the office once a week or once a month, that's worth money. Okay. Signing bonuses are something you can simply ask for, especially if you're not working with a recruiter, because often they'll have a recruiting budget. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a per diem for relocating. It can just be the argument that you can make is, hey, if I stay at my company until the end of December, I get a $5,000 bonus. They can match that. Not every company can do this, but they won't do it if you don't ask. Flex time, training and certifications. There are companies that want to pay for your training. They want you to get training. You need to ask, what is your budget? How many people did you send to SCaLE last year? So, 3 slides, pay attention. Integrate your work, your volunteer work with your resume and your interview, okay? Your resume is, as Jensen said, it's going to address the job posting, but it also acts like a table of contents for your discussion with the hiring manager, the HR personnel, everybody you're working with. So be sure that your resume has every talking point in it. Don't trust yourself. Oh, I'll just bring up this great experience I have at the Coast Guard Auxiliary running a division with 100 people in it. Right? Don't depend on your memory to do that. Put it in your resume and find a way to tie it in that the hiring manager will recognize, that it fits the role that you're applying for. And if you don't have any other ideas about how your volunteer work matches your next job, and if you're working with a consultant afterward, use this angle. the reason I did this volunteer work is because it's what I wanted to do when I grew up. So Jensen, poor Jensen, he attended SCaLE for how many years?
Since SCaLE 9, I think.
SCaLE 9, okay. He sat in those seats until SCaLE 9, and then last year he attended a talk here. And I told him I play with helicopters. And now Jensen plays with helicopters.
Yep.
So it gives you something to talk about. And you'll see how people light up when they talk about something they're passionate about? That doesn't directly, I don't imagine that you're ever going to get a job working in the helicopter industry,
Probably
if such
not.
an industry exists. But when he talks about the experience that he's getting in the Coast Guard Auxiliary, he can say, the reason I did that is because I want to go save lives. I want to support people that are getting rescue swimmer training with helicopters, and that leads right into the rest of the discussion. Okay? Second slide on how to tie this in. Emphasize what hiring managers are looking for in your vertical. So you're going to go on LinkedIn, look up the people you're interviewing with, connect with them. You can actually oftentimes find the person you're replacing, the person that left. You can see what their certifications were, where they went to college. You can get a sense for what the hiring company was looking for. When they ask you questions in the interview, don't just answer, oh yeah, I worked at so-and-so place for 3 years. Or I was a manager, I had 2 people reporting to me. Pitch it concisely, but explain why your experience matches what you've seen on LinkedIn that company is looking for. Especially for leadership roles. So I don't know how many mature people we have in the audience that are looking for roles. But when you get up into senior positions, the skill set, the technical skill set becomes more interchangeable. You might, for 10 years, be an expert in programming in one language, but then when you become a manager and you're running a team, they might be using a different technology, but your experience as a lead, training people, mentoring people, managing schedules, rollouts, rollbacks in case of emergency, dealing with customer support, dealing with the higher-ups, preparing your monthly reports, all of those things, those are very generic skills. And you do all the same thing in your volunteer work. If you work for an open source project, if you work for the Coast Guard Auxiliary, those more senior roles offer training and experience that's very generic. You just need to find a way to say it that will resonate with the manager that you're speaking to. So another thing that you can do with your volunteer work, volunteer multiple different places. Use your different social spheres. And try to find ways that your volunteer work creates a common theme. Use the same language working on multiple projects. In my case, I was always a leader, so I would be a team lead in working for different organizations. Okay, and that because repetition is very persuasive. When a hiring manager sees the same kind of theme on your resume in multiple places, it convinces them that you are good for that, whatever that particular skill or whatever that particular kind of experience is that you're trying to promote in yourself. Okay, it's very persuasive. So I'll give you one example real quick. I went to my first startup in the mid-90s, 1996. It was an ISP, a fledgling ISP. It was back when AOL stock was $8 a share, and it was a crappy stock. And we wanted to take on AOL. I worked for that company for 8 years during the crazy .com boom, where you couldn't make mistakes badly enough in production that you'd ever really net lose customers. People were just thronging to the internet. I started out as a senior system administrator, that's what we called them back then, and eventually, because it was a startup, I became a lead, I became a senior lead, and then eventually I had multiple teams working for me in a 24/7 environment. And during that time, I met people at SCaLE. I was sitting in one of these chairs once, and then they needed help with something, and so I ended up volunteering, and then I ended up leading a team, and I ended up recruiting volunteers. And a lot of those skills that I used to recruit volunteers and run teams and handle budgets and grow efforts and be successful and contribute to the larger organizational team, a lot of that translated directly to my experience in industry. And it happened for me at SCaLE, and it can happen for you in the organizations that you volunteer for. So when I talk to people about my volunteer experience, next time I want a leadership role, I can talk about, I'm a second level, I've been a division vice commander, and I've had, through my volunteer work, actual professional charm school training. These are selling points. I didn't pay for any of this with anything except my labor and my goodwill. So I can highlight the progression and challenges that I've taken over the years. So how many people have volunteered for more than one organization? Okay. Did you do exactly the same thing in both organizations? But was there something in common? Did your work progress? So you started in one role, but you ended up with more and more responsibility? Almost always. If you don't smell bad, you're going to end up running a team, right? Okay. So cameras up. John Siklick's not here. He's our resident professor on the Raise Me team. This is his very favorite link for translating volunteer work into an IT job. Oh, but do I need to go back? Oh, okay, sorry, too fast. Just so you know, every Raise Me talk I ever give, any talk that you're going to see in this room will probably have elements of other previous talks, of feedback we've gotten from attendees and who have said what works for them and what doesn't. People tend to follow us from tech event to tech event, and they'll tell us, oh, hey, this thing you said, I used this in an interview, and it really changed things. So we learn from you. And we learn from all the people that volunteer and do the consulting work with us. And so this is kind of a compendium of all the best of. So these and other people are very responsible for the content in this talk. Why the uniform today?
That's a great question, Lori. So we're actually operating under orders today from the Coast Guard Auxiliary. They, asked us to come and talk to you specifically about volunteering for the Coast Guard Auxiliary, not just volunteering in general. We are involved in a number of things. As Lori said, we get to play with helicopters. We get to go out. A helicopter flies over, drops a basket down to our boat. We load a dummy into it. That's a crash dummy. It's not one of the other crew members. And, but we also are involved in other things. There's a photo of me teaching a navigation class. We do vessel safety examinations. Lori's involved where, if you're out on a boat and call in channel 16 because you have an emergency, it might be Lori that you're talking to. She's actually working with the active duty Coast Guard, responding to the radio. So it's a very exciting opportunity. Do you want to tell them that they should be here and not calling you?
Sorry, my phone is stuck.
No worries.
Can you turn the sound off on that for me? Thank you. I'm sorry, guys.
right.
My phone got stuck. Go ahead, Jensen.
So I was just saying, there's a lot of opportunities. One of the things, there's actually, for the Coast Guard, on Instagram yesterday, there was a post from the Coast Guard saying, hey, we're looking for IT people. So, another opportunity to volunteer, get experience, and do some things.
Okay. Yeah, that's how I got started, actually. They needed security people, and I was a branch assistant for pen testing. I joined the Coast Guard Auxiliary to do nerd stuff, and I didn't even know how to tie my shoes, and now I'm a boat crew. So here's a question for you guys. I get this text message out of the blue a couple days ago from my co-speaker here. Since he met me, he's been doing this uniform thing. And then he sends me this text message saying, hey, There's this other volunteer work I do, and they're looking for people. I'm just wondering if you guys think that maybe I should take him up on this. Apparently, these folks are looking for help too. Is turnabout fair play? Maybe it is. Okay, so
now
that concludes our presentation.
Yep.
Yes, you can.
Yep. That would be great. Yep.
The limitation is they did not give us 15 minutes to talk, so literally back to back. So we're gonna have to make sure the next speaker gets some time. It's gonna
Okay.
be really,
All right.
yeah. You want?
Well, we want to
It's
do
up to
questions.
you. It depends on. Do we have our next speaker in the house, Omar?
We've
are
got
you
like
here?
we got 10 minutes.
Perfect. Yeah. So we have 10 minutes, and I'll start the. Yeah. I'll start the questions. We just have to make sure that he gets set up. So, with that said, who's first for our speakers?
Are the slides going to be available, uploaded later?
Did you guys upload them? SCaLE always tries to do that as long as you give us the slides. Yeah.
Yep. We will.
Okay. So please, people, let me get over to you so we have a recording of your questions. If not, we'll try to remember to repeat them. And I didn't do that. Okay. Who else?
Right over there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Where will the recordings be posted?
Let's see.
They process the bigger talks first, you know, the important talks. But actually, you'll also find previous Open Source Career Day talks on our YouTube channel, Southern California Linux Expo, from previous years.
Yeah, please do. Because there are two things. We have the videos, so you'll have the presentation, and we also separately have the slide deck. So, yeah.
So the URL is youtube.com/@ SoCal Linux Expo.
All right. Let's see. Who else do I have? Here we go. Okay. And people, it's uncomfortable. Let me hold the mic because that seems to be what SCaLE prefers. No, you're good. I knew you weren't going to kind of wander off on a tangent. Here we go.
Do you have any tips for balancing like a full-time job and a family and also volunteering? It's kind of a lot.
It can be a lot.
Lori wouldn't know anything about that.
Absolutely. But I think a big, part of this depends on where you're volunteering. So when my son was younger, I was very involved, and so I volunteered with scouting. So was spending time with him. My wife was happy to have us out of the house and doing stuff there. So part of it is you can find ways of volunteering. Just be creative and realize there are so many volunteer organizations out there that our kids are involved with, that our spouses are involved in, our partners. It's very easy. And as I said, with the time flexibility, there are places that would be happy to have somebody just for an hour a week. Because often it's just going, we need somebody technical that can help us with just, getting this data onto the website when we get the information every month. Doesn't have to be necessarily a huge commitment. So that's one of the beauties of this. And then, one of the things volunteer organizations understand, our life circumstances change. And so there's going to be times where, we've got time available, and other times where I'm going to have to step back for a few months and they'll be fine with that. Work's not so much that flexible.
All right.
Yes.
Sorry. Hi. So, question on the hiring manager's perspective of screening through applicants, right? We're seeing like hundreds of applicants on different job postings for tech. I guess, how do you guys process through some of the applications, and what makes the cut, what doesn't make the cut for being seen at all?
I think that a lot of what I'm looking for is really looking at, are you telling me what you've accomplished, right? Because there are so many resumes that, if everybody talks about their activities, they're all going to look the same. Oh, hey, I was using Linux, and I was using this, and I was writing in Python, and I was doing this and that. But when you start talking about your accomplishments, I can see much more easily, is this a fit or not? And as Lori said, what I really look for is, three things. in a candidate. You know, are you smart? Can you get things done? And are you not going to be a pain in the butt? And those are really the three things that I'm looking for. And if you can communicate that in your resume, and you know, and the one that's often missing is the gets things done. Because if you're just listing what your tasks and not your accomplishments, that's really hard to tell.
We're going to have a squeeze because there's no time between. So, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, for some reason, they did not give us a break between, so essentially we're trying to multitask the handoff at high speed, so. Anyway, thank you for coming. Give another hand for our speakers, please. Thank you very much.
Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, check, check. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah? Check, 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 check.
Okay, there we go. It's 11. It's time for us to get started. So if you don't have a seat, please find a seat and welcome our speaker, Omar Alva, speaking on From LA to Munich, Embracing Global Open Source Career Adventures.
All right. Check, check, check. Can you guys hear me okay? Perfect. All right. Okay, welcome. Thank you for being here. Today the talk is going to be my experience, my personal experience, going from LA to Munich. First things first, please understand that the views, the comments, the ideas that I'm going to express right now, today, are mine. They do not represent the opinions or policies of my current, past, or future employers, please. This is just to inspire you guys for educational purposes, and please do not consider this one as a legal advice. With that out of the way, and before we start, can I ask, please raise your hand, how many of you are actively looking for a job? All right. How many of you are just about to give up? All right. Okay, yeah, perfect. So, the power of global exploration. What happens when you don't have a job? You have your resume, you are sending resumes all over the place, and nothing happens. Something I can tell you is, and I think Lori mentioned it, that one briefly, there is something out there other than just LA, or perhaps just California, right? When you guys embrace that global opportunity, there will be doors ready for you to be opened. And with those doors will come different perspectives, different technologies, and different cultures. It's normal, trust me, it's normal to be afraid. When it was my time and I had the chance to move to Europe, I was scared. At that time, I was going through my green card process. And I had the opportunity to move to Europe. And I didn't know what to do. It's okay to be afraid, but it's not okay to be afraid for too long. I remember one night, because I was thinking what to do. Should I move? Should I stay? What to do? And what I did is I took my car and I started driving the PCH all the way to Malibu just to clear my head, to really understand what to do next with my life. As you guys can imagine, well, let me give you a little bit of context, background about myself. I'm not from here. I'm from Mexico. I came to the States. I was here for over 12 years, working, going through my green card process, and all of a sudden, life changes and like, hey, Europe is calling you. Sorry, wait, what? Yeah, there's an opportunity for you to move to Europe. But I'm in the middle of my freaking green card process, something that took me 12 years to achieve. And actually, I remember just driving and thinking, am I really, really gonna leave everything behind? Everything that I know as of today, just for an opportunity over there? And something I can tell you guys is the most difficult decision is always to make to take the first step. The first one. Just that little step. Should I do it or not? That step, it took me 5 months. In my case, was 5 months that day and night I was thinking, I needed to go to work, back to my apartment, and thinking about what I'm going to do. All right, so I took my chances. But they don't come free. There are issues, and fortunately for most of those issues, there are solutions. And this is something I want to tell you guys. Transitioning from one location to another is not that simple. I already did it a couple times. It brings problems. One of them, the language barrier, cultural shock, homesickness, bureaucracy, and tax related. I'm gonna describe a little bit more about each one of them. So, moving from Mexico to the US, the first challenge, the language. The second one, cultural shock. I knew a little bit about the culture over here, but it's not the same. And then, even when it's kind of next door, homesick, yeah. Bureaucracy. Try going to the DMV to get your driver license. You will understand. One time it took me 8 hours. It took me multiple times just to get my driver license, despite the fact that I had all my paperwork. Why? Because bureaucracy. They were asking for more and more and more documents. All right. But how can we overcome those challenges? One of the things that I can tell you is, let's just move to the next one. So I decided to move to Germany. I decided to take my chances. First of all, I do not speak German whatsoever. I do not. The companies that I was interviewing with, they were okay with me in English. Just the business language was and is English, right? Everywhere. So far, what I've seen. And one of the things that I can tell you is you should embrace the new culture. And that requires for you to adjust, to adapt, to understand that you are not home anymore. That things will work in a different way, right? For people that are not really from here, that we came to this country, we kind of understand that. But for a lot of people, the entire reality is this. Sometimes it's complicated to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to go to a completely different place. They speak a different language. And don't take me wrong. In Germany, I can talk to people in English. And they will understand. They speak better English than me. But of course, I feel in the need to talk to them in the same language, out of respect, right? But there's a challenge. The other one is, the other thing that I've been doing is finding new friends. When I came here, I started to get to know people. And some of the people are here in this room. They turned to be my family, my new family, right? When I moved to a different continent, I lost that. I was by myself. I had my job and nothing else. So one of the things I started doing is I needed to find new friends. I needed to connect to people. That will really help me to understand more about the culture and not to feel lonely. And exactly the next one, staying busy. That's really, really, really important for me. Why? Because as I said, you go, you do your job, and after that, what is it? If you are by yourself at home, you have a lot of time to think about how lonely you are, how far you are from home. And what I did was, I was working as long as I could, and after that, I had different activities. So I was always, always, always busy. All right. One of the things that it was helping me a lot is even before I decided to move over there, I was doing an intense research about Munich, about Germany. And even with that research and everything, there were a couple of surprises once I got there. And I'll tell you one story. I started working over there, and I got my first paycheck. And I was like, it was the first paycheck, and like, where is the rest of the money? Like, and I went to my manager and said, hey, this is not what we agree upon. And he said, what do you mean? This one looks like half. Like, no, it's correct. What do you mean it's correct? It's almost half. And he said, well, do you take a look at your taxes? Oh, it's 42%. Yeah, that is correct. That's Germany for you guys. We paid 42% of your salary in taxes. And nobody told me. Even the freaking research that I did, they didn't tell me. Once you get your first paycheck, it's 42% off. We're like, okay, thank you. There are pros and cons. There is a reason for that. We'll explain a little bit. I will explain a little bit more later. But honestly, doing a really intense research ahead of time, it helps you to understand more or less what to expect, especially in a completely new country, in a new continent. All right, now let's talk a little bit about myself. How did I get there? How the hell a guy like me got into a place like Munich? Because of this guy. And I bet whatever you guys want that I could apply to any company anywhere on the planet, and because of this guy, we can get in. It's amazing the power of this guy. It's just unbelievable what we have been able to achieve thanks to Linux. That's the reason why I'm here. That's the reason why I was able to move to the States. That's the reason why I've been able to move to Germany. That's thanks to Linux Torvalds. I told him when the day I met him because my previous company gave me the opportunity to travel to conferences. In one of those conferences, I met Linux Torvalds, and I told him, thank you. Thanks to you, I have what I have. Thanks to the community, because they are helping the project to keep going. I always had mentors. I was lucky enough to have mentors, and I always had mentors in Linux. The open source community, all the contributions, they can open amazing doors. Sometimes the problem is we are so comfortable in a specific area that we don't want something else. And unfortunately, I see it in this last couple of days that I've been talking to some of my friends. They are struggling over here a little bit because the IT market is not the best right now. Is it going to come back to the numbers that we used to see? I don't know. But there are chances, there are opportunities in different places, guys. And if you know Linux, I'm telling you, there is a company out there, potentially outside of LA, potentially outside of California, potentially outside of the US, potentially outside of this continent, that's looking for someone like you. And trust me, they are really, really, really happy. They will be extremely happy to have you. It's amazing how Germany gave me the opportunity to work with them. I was at my desk one night. My manager came to me and said, Omar, grab your stuff, let's go. Let's go. They don't want somebody just there. They take care of you. They want to make sure that you are going to last over there. The whole idea of you are not just another person over here. No. I want to know exactly who you are. I want to understand exactly what can we do to help you. I was there. I arrived to Munich September 1st, 2019. November 10th, 2019, my manager came to my desk and he said, Omar, the company wants to sponsor your citizenship. Wait, I just got here. Just let me, thank you. First of all, thank you, but let me just understand exactly how everything works. Just think about it. Think about it. Like, wow. I've been here only 2 months, And somehow, the company wants to keep me here, not just in this company, but in a freaking country. Like, all right, that's nice. As I said, I have nothing against the US at all. I love this place. That's why I'm here. I love the US. I spent a lot of my professional career here. I learned about Linux here. I met amazing people here. I work with PhD guys here. I worked with kernel developers here. But there are other opportunities. I took that knowledge and I'm able to use it somewhere else. And they are okay with me over there. All right. This one. Lori already told you guys about your resume, how to build a strong resume. I'm not going to get a lot of in details. But something I can tell you is I've been trying to hire people in Germany and when I was here. When I was here, I worked for a small company called Dell Computers. And I was the team lead, and I was hiring people, so I got a lot of resumes. And I can tell you something I saw with those resumes is I was just looking for specific keywords, like, oh, okay, this one. And at the moment I brought them to an interview, I realized that some of them, they just put buzzy words in the resume, but they didn't have the experience. And that for me was a no-no. And immediately was, next. So my piece of advice to you guys is, if you're going to put something in your resume, it's because you really, really know about that. As simple as that. The other thing is, yes, mention it over here. I mean, these days, let's just forget the name ChatGPT, but AI in general. Use whatever AI solution you feel comfortable with, and build a really strong resume, right? Don't put too many things, because one of the things I also learned hiring people is I immediately just take a look, one page. That's something one of my HR friends told me, one page resume. And put the most important things, not every single thing. They mentioned a targeted resume in the previous session. Actually, I didn't know this, but in Germany, you should not just do that. You need to add a letter asking or telling a story about why do you want to join the company. I didn't know that, so I needed to come up with something to tell the company, hey, could you please hire me? Also, something that is, I don't think is too common around here, when you get rejected, you send an email saying thank you for your consideration over there. Thank you for taking the time to review my profile or to take a look at my resume. And thank you for whatever. So even if you are rejected, you should say thank you. All right. So let's see. You guys made the decision. I'm going to take my chances somewhere else. You guys did the analysis and research about the place that you want to go next. And now you have your resume already is AI approved, and you're just ready to break into the global IT. You have one more thing. There is a huge advantage. It's well known everywhere I go that in the US, the tech industry is really strong. That by the simple fact that you guys put it that you guys are coming from the US, is there. You don't need to describe that, oh yeah, there is a nice tech industry in the US. It's already there. Just by saying, I'm coming from Silicon Beach. Everybody knows about Silicon Valley, right? Got it. But also Silicon Beach is a thing. And the proof of that is all of you. The tech industry over here is really strong. So you guys can automatically use that one, that opportunity. I'm not saying to show off. I'm not saying that. I'm saying by de facto, at the moment that you want to put your resume somewhere else, the fact that you're saying that you're coming from LA, it helps because they know that California is a really good place to find people with your skills. Okay? Now, negotiating and interviewing on a global scale. Oh boy. As I said, when I did my interview, I interviewed with 3 companies over there. 3 big companies. Something I can tell you, another piece of advice. Be honest. Be completely honest. There is not a single company that is looking for a perfect guy. There is no company that is looking for a perfect guy. I'm sorry, no, that's wrong. What they're looking for, what the hiring managers want is somebody they can take and is going to grow with the company itself. Somebody is able to adapt and grow with the company. Okay? Be honest, because in my interview, I had different people from different departments, and they were asking me questions. And some of those questions, I didn't know the answer. Even over here, when I interview in my previous company, I didn't have all the answers. I say, sorry, I don't know the answer to that one. But if you give me time, I'll take a look, research, I'll come back to you. And that honesty is really, really appreciated. Transparency, one of the things that I said from the very, very beginning when I interviewed over there, look, to be completely clear, I don't speak German. And the other thing is, I need a work visa to be here. All right? Just, I'm going to put it up here for you to understand. So there are no surprises for you, there are no surprises for me. And actually, we understood each other that I was bringing some set of skills that they were looking for. And also they were looking for somebody to take care of the Linux infrastructure at that time. And guess what? It was perfect because they said, oh, the work visa, not a problem. German, with English, you are more than enough. It's perfect. But then is when I said, and this is the next part, and actually Lori said it, ask questions. This is very, very, very good advice. I asked, can you guys help me to learn German? I said, absolutely. They pay for my school. And I said, guys, yeah, but so I'm in Los Angeles. So I have a car. Can I bring over here? Sure. They took my car. They shipped my car over there. They sent people to my place to box everything, to pack everything, all my stuff, and take it to Munich. So the last couple of days that I was here in LA, I was sleeping on the floor with just one blanket because the company took everything. My car was already on the way to Germany, and in my pocket was only one-way ticket to Munich. And again, without knowing exactly what to expect, I still don't speak the language. I mean, I understand a little bit more. I can go to a restaurant. I can go I can go to the grocery shopping, but to establish a business conversation with somebody, oh no, 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 no. Immediately, I will switch to English. Immediately. So, ask questions. Ask questions. And during this negotiation, I did this research about the living cost, and I'm going to tell you why. The expectation for most people is, I'm going to get the same salary that I'm getting in California. No. Let's start with that. If you go to places in Europe, in Germany, in Munich, please do not expect the same salary. Why? And I'm going to tell you why. When I did my research, how expensive is LA compared to Munich? I found out that Los Angeles is 20% more expensive than Munich. And if you do your math right, that has to be replicated in your salary. I was able to negotiate a couple of things here and there. Why? One of the things that also they don't tell you until you are over there, most places they will pay for overtime over there. My business hours were from whenever I wanted to start until, and I needed to work only 7.4 hours per day. I'm not allowed to work over the weekend. I'm not allowed to work over the weekend. It's not that I don't want to, which I did a couple times. It's considered kind of illegal to work on Sundays and holidays over there. I will tell you a story. So I was really into, I don't know, in the zone, and I was just doing a couple things. And it was on a Friday afternoon. And the guy is like, my manager from UK, he's like, oh yeah, we have this issue. Can you get it done? Can you fix it? Yeah, yeah. Whatever it takes. All right. And he went on over the weekend. It happened to be that there was, in UK was a normal day, Monday, but in Germany was a holiday. So I was working the weekend and Monday. Bim, 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 there was an alert. My manager came to me on Tuesday and said, because I put it in a system. We have a system, you can put your hours, that's how they track how many hours, so they can pay overtime and so on and so forth. And I put my hours, on Sunday I work this hours, and on Monday I work this hours, okay. On Monday, on Tuesday, early Tuesday, my manager was at my desk and like, hey, Omar, did you work over the weekend? Like, yeah, I needed to fix a couple things. They told me to do it, no matter what it will take. That information went to the to HR, and it went to the working council. We have a union. And basically, the union complained to HR, complained to my manager, and my manager complained to me, why did you work on Sunday? Why did you work on a holiday? Long story short, guys, I needed to remove those entries from the system, and I got a pile of cash and instead of that, because basically it's illegal. It's completely illegal to work on Sunday and or a holiday. And besides that, they told me, don't do it again or you will get fired. I was about to get fired for working over the weekend. Something over here is like normal. I used to do it over here and was like, it's all right, it's okay. And over there I was getting in trouble because I was working over the weekend. Well, like, okay, understood. And that brings me to the next topic, which is the law. Please, if you pick a different country in a different continent, please take a look at the labor law, because it's different, absolutely different. Again, I'm going to give you the example about Germany. If I want to quit, my contract, which by the way is in German and English, my contract will tell me, well, guess what? You can quit, but only at the end of every single quarter. And there is something called a termination period of 3 months. 3. Over here, what happens? You go to the office, or sometimes you get online, and you cannot access Slack, or you don't have access to your email. They're like, what's going on? Oh, yeah, by the way, you're fired. Over there is like, It's extremely, extremely difficult for a company to fire you over there. Very, very, very difficult. They need to give you like a warning, and then a second warning, and then a third warning. And I think the period of time between one warning and another one is like 6 months, something like that. So maybe by the time they go to the third warning, they already forgot what was the first one about. So it's like 3 months. So now here comes to the next thing. Why 3 months? This termination period, companies use it for you to do a knowledge transfer to somebody else, and everything that you have been working on to transfer to somebody else. So everything is in place before you leave. It's good and it is not. My take on this: most people, when they're already at the time that they want to quit, they're already checked out. Even before that. But they still, because of this termination period, they still need to be there for another 3 months. Most people, what they do is, most of the time, this 3 months, they take vacation. They take just vacation and that's it. I'm done. Period. Vacation is another thing. By law, I think at least in Germany, I cannot say the entire EU, but in Germany, I have 33 business days vacation per year. Plus, the company will give you 5 personal days. Plus, I have overtime. 1 year, 2 years ago, I accumulated 6 weeks vacation. And I took them in all at once. 6 weeks. I cannot tell you how crazy it was for me to take 6 weeks all at once. I didn't know what to do anymore. Seriously, I didn't know what to do. But those are the kind of things that nobody will tell you guys. Nobody will come and explain to you, well, actually, you guys already have the knowledge. What you want is, you want to use that knowledge, right? There are companies somewhere else, they are looking for that knowledge. Maybe it doesn't have to be LA. And again, I do miss the weather. I miss my friends. I miss the American culture. I do not miss the traffic. I do not. I do not, for the love of me. You know what they call traffic over there? 5 cars in front of you. 5. 5 cars. It's like, oh, there is traffic today. Like, seriously? They have excellent public transportation. I don't need to use my car. I take my bike to work. I take the train. I can take the train to visit my family in Switzerland or in Spain. And it's totally fine. It does work. It's safe. It's secure. It's on time. It's fine. So everything is a trade-off. Everything. What do I miss? As I said before, my friends and the weather. It's cold. It is cold. I'm not gonna lie, it's cold. Germany gets pretty cold, but I should not complain. My brother is in Canada. No offense to the guys in Canada, but my brother is in Canada and gets really, really cold over there. Nova Scotia, by the way, so it's freezing cold. Over here, over there, we get to 10 Fahrenheit. My brother gets all the way to 30, so yeah, no. All right, so let's recap. You took the first step, you said, yes, I want to do this. You did your research, you did your homework and said, yes, Europe is the next one. And it doesn't have to be Europe, by the way. It can be Canada, it can be somewhere in Latin America, it can be Asia, it doesn't really matter. The place doesn't matter. What it matters is you're doing your research. You took the first step and you made a decision. You polished your resume, you practice interviews, you have everything over there. You found a nice company, you got the position. All right. The next challenge. And now over here is when I give you a little bit more context. As I said, when I was in Mexico, I was working as a sysadmin, a system administrator. Over here, I was doing system administrator at Verizon. And then I got a chance to do performance engineering. That's when I was working with the kernel developers. And then from there, I got the opportunity to do cloud. At that time was AWS. And all that, I put it in my resume. Verizon paid for my, I did a certification in data science, University of Washington. When I was at Dell, they paid for my master's degree. So right now, I was leading a team. As I said, when I was at Dell Computers, I was the team lead for the US team. We had people in Romania, we had people in India, we had people in Mexico, and we had people here in the US. In Germany, I was leading a team of 5 guys from Germany. And this is the next challenge. Remember when I said about cultural challenges, cultural shock? Well, the other challenge was for them to have a guy with a freaking, and excuse my French, but a freaking American culture. They have American mentality. What is the mentality? Just work, 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 work. And for them, like, hey, hold on. Yes, but no. Slow down, please. You need to slow down. Like, but we need to get it done. Yes, but I need to go this week. I need to take care of my family. I need to go on vacation. I need to go skiing. I need to, like, wait, but what about this one? It can wait. And that's something that you also need to understand over there. Everything can wait. Nothing happens. People go on vacation for a month and nothing happens. And you still have a job. You still have a job. You can have a nice family, you can have a nice vacation, you can have a nice salary, and you do have a job. So right now, again, I understand the situation is not the best over here. Is it because we don't want, or because we just want to feel comfortable because we like what we know? At the moment that you force yourself to expand, to see new horizons, to grow a little bit more, is that is the moment when you will realize, oh, actually, LA is not the only place. It's a very, very nice place, but it's not the only place. I cannot believe, and please, again, guys, forgive me for this one, but I cannot believe that there is not a single company within California or within the US that is not looking for somebody like you. If that's the case, again, if that's the case, what happens if you send those resumes outside? Outside of the US. I did it. I got the job from here through LinkedIn in Germany. And I went there. I flew over there to have a personal interview or on site with 3 different companies. By the time I came back, I had 3 different contracts. Each one of the companies that I interviewed with, they sent me a contract. Signed it. They offered me a position over there with 1 interview. Again, if I can do it, so do you. Sometimes it's just, it takes a little bit of effort just to take the first step, to make that decision. Again, I'm not telling you move to Germany. I'm telling you explore new horizons, expand it. Understand that this is just bigger than just LA or California. Once you do that, you will see things in a different way. If you are going to change culture, the other piece of advice that I can give you from the bottom of my heart is try to assimilate, try to embrace the other culture. It's a little bit painful sometimes to see people, I'm not saying you guys, people they're coming from the States and they just want to show off like, yeah, I'm here to roll. Like, no, hold on. Because the mentality is I understand because I've been here, but okay, hold on. There are a couple of things that you need to understand to be here, right? And one of them is we are equal. We're all equal. It doesn't really matter the position. If you understand that there is no capitalism over there, there is not. You don't have to get the latest of the latest iPhone or the latest of the latest laptop to be happy over there. That you have less salary, but more happiness, more free time for you and your family, then is when you're starting to reconsider your choices. Like, when you understand that it might be cold, but all you require is just an extra jacket or a bigger jacket, then you start to appreciate the season because the snow is nice. So all it takes is a little bit, sometimes a different mindset, a little bit of adjustment. If you can achieve that, by all means, I will encourage you to do it. Just do it. Go ahead and conquer whatever is waiting for you outside this place. And with that, I thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. And enjoy.
Okay, we're going to have time for questions, but we are also going to have to multitask here, so give us 1 second. Is it okay if we go ahead and move this so I can set him up? Okay? And he'll handle the questions so that you'll have the whole 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Here we go. All right. Let's see. And my indispensable partner here will take the questions.
All right. Any questions?
One thing, if you would, please make sure that we have the mic so that the recording has your questions, so that we can make sure that it's maximally useful to people. So, and you know, you can raise your hand to make sure that we can efficiently try to make sure everybody gets to ask.
Anybody?
So if there are no questions still, I'm going to be over there on one of the tables if you guys have questions. Oh, yes.
I don't know if you already answered this, but I have two questions. One was, what was the hardest thing about your transition to working in Germany? What was the most challenging thing for you?
The biggest challenge for me was to understand that I'm not longer in sunny California. That has been the biggest challenge for me. Other than that, the people have been nothing but nice to me. Even when I was here, considering that, as I mentioned it before, I came here with a work visa, and I made it all the way to green card. And then over there, I started with a simple passport. And now I'm going through my blue card, which is the equivalent of work visa. And people are just nice to me. That's it. But yeah, the weather.
And then what is your most favorite thing about being there?
Okay, I'm going to be completely honest. One of the things I really, really appreciate is how you can encounter multiple cultures in one small area. Europe is tiny. It's tiny. It's almost the size of Mexico. Europe, the entire continent of Europe is almost the size of Mexico. And even with that, you can find a lot of people, and the people I talk to, they don't speak just English or German. They speak 4 or 5 different languages because they have to communicate with the neighbors. And I mean no disrespect, but most of the people that I talk to here is, yeah, English, got it, hands down, English. But what else? So I really, really, really enjoy the opportunity to talk to people in English. And I'm from time to time like, hey, teach me a little bit in Italian. Teach me. My friends that I played soccer with, they are from Italy. Most of them, they are from Italy. My friends, I have family in Switzerland, so they have Swiss German. So just that interaction with other cultures is just mind-blowing. That's it. All right. Anything else? Yes.
What triggers your travel to Europe, and what was triggering your decision to stay there and find a job?
All right.
I mean, maybe you told it, but maybe it's like somehow miss.
No worries. It's all good. Yeah, I like to travel. Even before moving to Europe, I used to travel within Europe, Asia, and so on and so forth. The decision for me to try to get a job in Germany is because I met somebody. I met a person. My girlfriend is from Germany. And I told her, move to LA, come with me. And she's like, no, come on. And at that point, I was a little bit arrogant, and like, oh, come on. It's LA, come on, it's the US. And she was like, And she told me, spend one Christmas with us. Just come to Germany, spend one Christmas with us, and after that, just live the experience, you make a decision. Long story short, I've been there almost 5 years. Yeah. All right, I think we ran out of time, but thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
So you ought to take off, make sure you get to eat, and then just come back by the next talk so we can hand off. Okay?
All right, cool.
All right.
Do you need me to announce the next talk, or?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I got to take care of it. Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming for that great talk. In about 7 minutes, we'll have our next talk. What happened here? Okay. We'll have that set up. And so please stick around for Where did it go? It looks like it got backed out, but I think this is your presentation right here, yeah?
Click on the one that is
Yes.
all purple.
Yep. You know what I don't like? Why is it, it did something a little weird here, and I don't understand why it's doing what it's doing. Okay, this doesn't feel good. It was working just fine.
And then it kicked you back out? Did it log out? Did it? Okay. I'm already calling up the way it sometimes what I try is like typing slides.google.com in the URL bar and to see what it takes. Oh yeah, just a couple minutes ago. Looks like it's going slow, I think. But that looks like we might be ready. All right, is this super slow? You know what? It's like the effect of when the connectivity is super slow. Yeah, it kind of does. That's okay. I'm okay with that. You want to try it a couple more times just to load it up like start to you? That looks, that works, and it's up there.
So I don't understand it, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Just hopefully it doesn't, but we always have a backup. We can switch if we have to with PDF. We can switch in the middle if it screws up, so we're good.
If you don't mind, because once I have this on,
hello, everybody. I have a very important question. I need to take a survey here. And this could move mountains, okay? In 100,000 years, like this could be a butterfly effect. My wife said, you should wear a professional looking shirt. White shirt, button down, just look nice and clean, talk about being a manager. And then she threw me off my game because I'm headed out the door, and she's like, wait. Maybe you should just be yourself. And she said, maybe you could wear Old Blue. So I figured I'd leave it up to you all. We have this wonderful blue Hawaiian shirt, guitars. It's from the 90s. This thing has lasted forever. So by way of just applause or a little noise or whatever, we're going to vote. If you would like me to just go with the stuffy white button-down shirt, by way of applause, option A. Who would prefer option A? Okay. Option B, if you think it would look kind of sweet if I very briefly ducked into my Hawaiian shirt here and put on Old Blue, by way of applause, who would be up for option B? Fantastic. All right. By the way, I want to give a very warm thank you to this gentleman here, Dustin Lawrence. I am legally blind, and there was a little bit of a miscommunication. I can't really use laptops, and so there was no device waiting for me. I bumped into him yesterday in this room. He spent an hour plus with me troubleshooting, and we're ready to rock. So please give a warm round of applause for Dustin. He rocked it. I'm gonna turn the mic over to him. He can do a little intro, and I'm gonna go make myself look good.
I think the vote was very clear, probably based on the idea that we are pretty sure we'd like to have a manager who's cool enough to wear Hawaiian in the office. I worked for a while at a place that started playing with Hawaiian Friday, and they ended up, before I had the chance to try my ultimate Friday telecon outfit, I did extensive research to purchase the worst Hawaiian shirt that ever existed, and each telecon I would add a piece of that, but I never got to the parasol hat, which I still own, and I'm lying in wait to use. All right, let's see. Okay, so we're good to, oh, we have about a minute. All right. Anyway. Yes. Part of what you're seeing is that someone decided that we should have, in this room, instead of 15 minutes between the end of questions and the next speaker, so we can get them all set up, someone decided we didn't need any time. But we parallelized thanks to them sending me a partner. So we're ready to go as soon as you're ready. So let me help you with that. Well, yeah. You hear him? Do we have that? It takes it a second.
Sure. And it may flip around.
I believe I hear it. Okay, so we're good. So just put that in where you like.
Excellent. See if I got a pocket reach. Yeah. Excellent. This guy bounces around a little bit, so let me know if I fade out. I want to do the recording justice.
All right, and so we can get started. I give you our next speaker, Larry. Give him a big round of applause, and we're ready to go.
Excellent. All right, big important question today. Yes. Is this falling?
No, but it's hanging right in front of your mouth, and I think
Looking weird.
a lot better if I can. There, let's try that.
All right, cool. Fantastic. And the sound is great. I was just going to try and not pull it off too much. Thank you so much for showing up to my talk here. This is a big, important question for your careers. Even, in fact, the gentleman, Casey, over there, last night, he and I were even chatting, and he reminded me that one of the reasons sometimes people become managers is because no one else would step up to do it. So we will talk about all sorts of good stuff, the framework for making the decisions. First, I want to cover a quick piece of logistics. I am legally blind, so if, like, say, Taylor Swift comes in, make sure I won't see that, so make sure, like, you get her autograph for me. Ask her if she needs a guitarist. But seriously, I may not see you raise your hand. You can interrupt me with any questions, anything you want to ask, if you want clarification, if you want to tell me my mic's slipping and I'm not coming through. So let's get rocking on this. Yes?
I will help you with that. So, well, if you want to ask a question, I will be his eyes, so everything should work smoothly.
And my goal is to, if you could all help a blind guy out and just kind of keep an eye on the clock, I would love to leave a minimum of 15 minutes for Q&A, which is 35 minutes past the hour. This usually generates a lot of good back and forth. So I may call out to Dustin or you guys for a quick time check, and if you could just let me know what time it is. And I'm trying to go by my phone here too. Okay, let's talk about a few terms here. I did not realize that some people don't know what IC means. IC stands for individual contributor. If you are working in a capacity such that you have no direct reports, you're an IC. Sometimes people like to think of it as the leaf nodes on the tree. I'm not a big fan of it, but if that helps you out, there you go. Contrary to that, for the purposes of this talk, we're going to use the terms engineering manager or people manager or manager interchangeably. This is the other side of the coin. This is if you do have one or more people officially reporting to you on paper in the org chart. Officially is kind of important there because that's not to be confused with tech lead. Many of you have worked with tech leads or you've been tech leads. Tech leads are involved with leadership of the team somewhat. They tend to focus on technical direction, vision. They will often work with the people manager of the team. I can tell you I love my tech leads and I work extensively with them. They're involved in perf reviews to some extent. I get their insight, their input. I bounce my ideas past them. So tech leads are a wonderful group of folks. Kind of randomly inserted here, but I use it several times in the presentation. I want you to be aware of what the term intern program means. A lot of companies like to recruit new talent. They like to go to colleges. They'll often have a campus recruiting program. The intern program at your company is simply usually sponsored and run by HR, and it's a way of bringing college talent, a lot of times they haven't graduated yet, to work at your company as a trial experience. You all know what interns are. The intern program is what HR sets up to get this continuous pipeline of folks into the company as interns, and hopefully if they're young, bright talent and they like your shop, they choose to work there full time. Okay, should you become a people manager? Big question of this talk, the whole reason you are here. I thought a lot about this and we are going to apply what is known as the MMO framework. I cannot tell you how much I wish I was about to talk about EVE Online or World of Warcraft. I love me some MMOs, and I think a lot of you do too. We are not talking about MMOs, unfortunately. We are talking about something you have all heard of, though. Motive means opportunity. This does not mean we are going to solve some crimes yet. Growth mindset. We are going to answer the question, should we become a manager? So in this framework, the talk we're going to do now is basically broken up into 3 sections. Motive is the root of the word motivation. Do you have the right reasons? I also feel this is the most important category, so we're going to lead off with this, and I'm going to walk you through some possible internal conversations you've had with yourself or you could have with yourself. Means, this is the meat of the talk, it goes last. This is, do you have the skills and the traits? Are you cut out for it? Opportunity. When you hear the word opportunity in the sense of career and job hunting, you think, is there an opening? Is there a job? A recruiter cold calls you on the phone. What's the first thing they say? I have an amazing opportunity for you. We're actually talking about something different in this. Opportunity is going to be an objective set of circumstances and a lot of yes or no questions. My wife will tell you I am a very black and white, zeros and ones, binary thinker. So I will give you a series of yes or no questions that will tell you if you have a good environment and circumstances to become a people manager. So let's get started right away on motive. Let me check my time. Okay, cool, we're doing great. Why is always the most important question. And if any of you now or in the future are thinking about becoming a manager, I want you to have a conversation with yourselves. Find someplace quiet, maybe go on a trip for a day. I actually look at myself in the mirror and just kind of have a silent conversation, or I picture a friend's voice or my dad's voice in my head, my mom's voice. What would they say about what I'm thinking? It is surprisingly easy as human beings to delude ourselves. So let's go through, I want to go through here a lot of the common reasons why we might want to become managers. And this is a quick list of bullet points. Find a spouse, find a good friend, a parent, someone you really trust. My wife, Amanda, is absolutely phenomenal for calling me on my BS. Like, I'll tell her, like, I want to do this, and here's the reason I want to do it. And she's a scientist and a project manager. She's amazing with the logic, and she will blow my logic out of the water in a loving way, in a very supportive way. I love when she tells me I'm wrong. It's fantastic. Bonus points when you talk to this confidant if they have been a manager before. I have good friends. Their names are Jason and Steve, and hopefully they'll see this talk. They've been a big influence and a big help because they have trodden, whatever the word is, they have gone the path before me. So they're a big help. And then do your homework. Read books, read blogs. There's an amazing amount of leadership books out there. And you don't even need to read it for the how to do it. Just read it for the stories. Read it for oh, is this something I would enjoy? I did a lot of that before I became a people manager, and it kind of turned me on to it. So let's go through some common reasons. I have ranked these in a certain order. You will soon see the order. I'm going to offer an opinion. And the blind guy likes his color, so you're going to see little colored numbers on the screen. I would all like you to raise your hand if you think it is a fantastic idea to become a people manager if you would like to make more money. Raise your hand if you believe that is true. Okay, that is fair. That is very fair, and it's a trick question. Now, what you're about to see for the next 10 minutes or so of these slides is my opinion. I have been wrong many times in my life, usually several times a day. I want you to be careful on this one, and I rated oh yeah, blind guy sees a minus there, so that's a minus 10 out of 10. I want to talk really briefly about this, and this is very important. It's something you need to get in touch with yourself if you become a people manager, and in general, it's a good idea. Compensation is what is called an extrinsic motivator. It's the external carrot out in the world that you are chasing after. There is this phenomenal book that I mentioned in the last bullet point called Drive, The Surprising Truth About What Motivates Us. If you are partially motivated by compensation, and who isn't? I am. Everyone, you gotta pay your rent. I had a great reporter. His name was Darren. He reported me to Shopify, and he had this great phrase. He's like, Larry, title's great and all, but title doesn't pay a mortgage. Like, amen. That is the truth. The reason you don't want compensation to be your primary motivator in such an important career change is it will not carry you. And that is one of the points covered in this book, Drive. Extrinsic motivators are almost like a hit of dopamine or a drug that has a very temporary effect. And you know what happens? What happens? We've all heard these awful stories of addiction and downfalls, and you see it in celebrities and musicians all the time. What happens? The drug wears off, you need more of it. And so what this book talks about is if you're constantly chasing after those extrinsic motivators, the satisfaction that it gives you when you finally get it wears off. So please, I am begging you from the bottom of my heart, more salary is okay, but there are actually going to be other ways to get it while staying in IC and doing what you love. Check my time real quick here. Okay, more control over your work. This is also not a good one. And it's kind of an amusing reason why. When you become a people manager, you become of service to others. The primary way in which you operate is through your calendar. Your time becomes everyone else's, and you will have less control over the day-to-day work of what you do. You will get some stuff done. I carve out some quiet time both at the beginning and the end of the day, and I can be productive. But really, when you're a people manager, you are now of service to others. So I would not recommend this as a good reason to get more control over your work. This next one I want to cover quickly because it's complex, and if any of you want to talk about this over beers, let's do it. I also hear the reason, well, I want more control over, oh, you know what, sorry, blind guy, I accidentally, I moved on subject matter, but there's one more thing I want to say. If you want more control over your own work. If you are like me, you tend to be an Uber helper. You hear of a team that needs help. You know you can do the work. You want to do the work. And so you say, I will help you out. And one diff becomes several diffs. Becomes, oh, now you're helping out with the operations. And you do this 8, 9, 10 times, and all of a sudden, in a given week, you have no control over your own destiny because you have made all of these prior commitments and obligations out of wanting to be helpful. So if you are thinking about becoming a people manager because you feel like you have no control and everything's coming at you and you really just want to organize things, first of all, you got to make sure, okay, have you overcommitted yourself? The other 3 bullet points here real quick. Talk to your manager. Ask yourself, are they a micromanager? Are they not giving you the control you want? Do you need to switch teams? Sometimes it's company-wide culture. Sometimes companies are just factories and they chew people up and they burn them out. So you just got to step back, look around your environment, and say, why am I not getting the control I want? But becoming a people manager will not give you that control. All right, here's the one where I'll have beers with you because it's a complex topic. I will hear people say, I am frustrated with the work going on around me or what's going on. Really, this is something they usually misarticulate to themselves. And in general, they're just frustrated. Here's a few bullet points of what they might be frustrated about. The capacity of their team, the direction of the team, the vision of their team. Really, whenever I've had a conversation about this topic, I'll be honest, 75% of the time, what is actually going on is they just need someone to vent to about how much their job sucks. That's really what a lot of this comes down to. So you can see my numeric range here, -7 to +2. It peaks out at +2. So this is not a great reason, and please reach out to me after this talk. I'll have my contact info. If this is one of your motivations, I can help you suss out some potential different reasons. Okay. Try something new. I thought about 10 minutes silently in my chair of where I wanted to rate this. I knew it was an important one to bring up. And I rated it fairly low, and here's why. It comes from a piece of great advice my mom gave me growing up, and it's stuck with me. She said, in life, change is inevitable. Change is going to happen. So a lot of times, if you're lucky, you're in control of some of that change. And she said, when you are making a change, you have to ask yourself a fundamental question. Are you running towards something, or are you running away from something? And if you were like me, a lot of times, and this is human desire, my sister explained this to me because she's an expert on the mind and willpower, human beings get bored on long-term things. Every 4 to 5 years, it is actually instinctual for us to crave something entirely different professionally. So all I'm going to warn you is, if you're thinking, I'd like to try something new, make sure it's not because you're bored. Make sure it's not because you tend to hop from thing to thing, because people management involves the custodian of other people's careers and livelihood. So I'm not a huge fan of, I want to try something new, because a lot of times people are just because. It's a variation of that reason. However, here's a good variation. And sorry, one final point. If you do want to become a people manager to try something new, I do recommend making use of your company's intern program. And we'll get more onto that in the opportunity section. See how I'm doing on time here. You're curious. That is a healthier version of you want to try something new. You're intellectually stimulated and you say, that seems interesting. I might want to try that. So being curious, that's a good reason. And I think all of us in our technical roles, curiosity has served us well. That's when I did my most learning. It's when I figured out what I wanted to help people with, what I wanted to do. Curiosity is generally a great thing. Have more impact. Look at these ratings. We're getting up there. I like this one. 7 out of 10. Having more impact is a great thing. I want to give you one caveat. If you talk to your manager, you talk to maybe your manager's peers, you talk to the teams you work with, a lot of times you can actually have more impact by collaborating with other teams, identifying bigger projects that you can be a part of. A lot of times you don't have to become a people manager to have more impact around you. So if you trust your manager, talk to him about it and just say, hey, I'd like to come up with ways I can have more impact. And hopefully if one of my reports has that conversation with me, it's because I dropped the ball. Because usually I'm looking for ways for my folks to have more impact. Like, oh, hey, he's been cranking on some obscure firewall thing, and this other team really needs help with that. Like, let's put him with them for a week. Things like that. I threw this in yellow because it's important. Again, you got to be honest with yourself. Do not mix up you want to have more impact with you want more applause. You want more people to think you're awesome. That's slightly different motivation. Impact is about affecting positive change in the people and the work around you. That's what I want you to remember. A couple more reasons. I like this one, develop new skills. You just need to remember that becoming a people manager is a whole new class of skills. I hate to use this term, but it is relevant. It's an emotional intelligence thing. If you've ever gone to the gym and done a certain exercise that you haven't done in a long time, You'll feel like you've worked out muscles that you didn't know you had. Every day for probably the first 3 to 4 months, if not 6 months or longer, every day in people management was like that. I would be exhausted by the end of the day, and I'd be like, why am I so exhausted? I sat at my desk, I went for a walk, I got some water. It was the nature of the conversations, and it wasn't bad, it was just a lot is riding on the line. You know, you could have 2 conversations with 2 of your reports who feel they're not getting paid as much as they should, and when you look at it, you're like, yeah, they should be getting paid more, and you might have your hands tied. You might not be able to get them a raise or a comp adjustment for 6 months. That takes a toll, and to deal with that and get through those types of conversations, you're going to have to develop some new skills. But developing new skills is a great reason to become a new people manager. This is a good example. It was just a random one. Imagine a world-class Olympic athlete decides, okay, I want to become a politician. Sure, they might be able to do it. Sure, they were a great athlete, but being a phenomenal IC, especially in the technical genre, may or may not translate to being a phenomenal people manager. And that's okay. Not everyone's cut out to do it. This is my favorite one. 10 out of 10. Help people be more successful. Just help the people around you make the world a better place. Again, this is my opinion, but I think this is the most important reason and a great motivation to become a people manager. Okay, I'm going to start needing to speed up because I want to make sure and get through all this content on time and leave time for Q&A. Let's move on to the second part of this framework, opportunity. This is the objective part. This is where you look around and say, is this a healthy environment to become a people manager? Here's my analogy. Imagine you decide you want to become an Olympic diver. You want to go onto the Olympic team. Is that going to take a lot of work? Yes. Do you need to start practicing now? Yes. Okay. The only environment you have access to at the moment is an empty concrete pool with a high dive board. Yes or no? Do you have an environment conducive to becoming an Olympic diver? And I would argue you have one opportunity. You can jump off that diving board and execute the most perfect dive once. So I'm going to give you some yes or no questions to look around and say, hey, is this the company is this the place and the time to do it? Here's some rigmarole. Basically, I'm saying it's the objective set of circumstances around you that are, you say, do I have this? Is there that? Is there that? X, Y, and Z? Okay, I've got the ingredients. This could work out. Okay, step 1, I've said it several times, best thing you can do, participate in your company's internship program. I will let you kind of read through these reasons why, but I'll summarize it real quick. I already did. It's when your HR department basically says, we want to get some talent in here. We want it to be young talent. Let's hit the colleges. Let's hit the universities. And your manager may tap you on the shoulder, or your director may tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, would you please help out? Even if you think they're just trying to offload some work, you should do it for all of these reasons, in particular, the one in green. It genuinely gives you a low-risk way of getting a sense of what it's like to be responsible for others. You might make friends for life. You'll develop the mentoring and coaching skills. It's really a good first step if your company offers it. Be very careful. Some interns are fantastic. They are low overhead. You know from the second you meet them they're future rock stars. And maybe you have 2 or 3 interns. And each of those interns maybe takes a half an hour a week, or you do a little bit of paired programming, let's say an hour a week. So you begin thinking to yourself, this people management stuff is cake and it is low overhead. I could have 7 people reporting to me and they'll only take an hour a week. Sweet, I've got 33 hours in a typical work week left for tech work. I am gonna do people management. No. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time. So just a quick word of advice. Don't extrapolate the time lack of intensiveness with interns with, okay, I'll have plenty of time to split my career between people managing and IC technical work. Let's see. And again, as I said before, if you get asked to do it, that is an honor. Your management train trusts you, your peers trust you. If you get asked to, hey, would you please take these interns for the summer for us? Just do it. Even if you're not thinking about becoming a people manager, it's a very rewarding experience. Okay, step 2, this is an important one, folks.
Does your company offer separate technical and management development tracks? And it's kind of an opinion alert coming up here, but if not, in my opinion, you are most likely not in a healthy environment to become a people manager. In my experience, you won't be well supported. You certainly will not be able to make the decision reversible. And the argument goes like this. Managers rank above ICs. HR will almost always consider it a promotion that comes along with a little bit more salary. Yay, you get more money. You're a manager. Oh no, you don't like it. You'd like to go back to being an IC. Well, going back to an IC is a different salary band. It's lower. So HR says, well, we'd have to give you less money, and that would be a demotion. And a demotion is just a lawsuit waiting to happen. Yeah, no, we can't really go back to being an IC. So be very careful if you work at a company where there's no track and at some point you have to become a manager. It's just, I would advise against it. Let's see. Again, these type of companies tend to make the assumption you are a great IC, therefore you will make a great manager. Sometimes that's true. Sometimes it's not. I think you all can come up with an example in your career where you met someone who went from IC, became a manager, wasn't necessarily the best manager you could have hoped for. Okay, and again, it's a culture thing. Worker bees on the bottom, managers up top, just not a healthy environment. Step 3, make it reversible. This is a big mantra for us in tech and infrastructure and coding. Make it reversible. You want to go and you want to talk to HR and you want to grill HR for answers. And I've seen this, so I'm not making this up. Oh, sorry, let's go back. You'll run into a catch-22, and HR departments all over the world don't realize they've created it. And it works like this. They want lateral movement. They were like, sure, you can try out people management. Yes, let's talk to your manager. Let's find a spot. Let's get it happening. And what they forget is they've also instantiated this rule that says, oh, for a role change, we don't want low performers just hopping from one team to another, messing things up. So in order to do a role change, you need to have positive performance for 1 review cycle or 2 review cycles. This is a catch-22. The whole reason you are trying out people management is to see if you're any good at it. And if it doesn't work out for you, well, if you're going by HR's rule, hey, I'm not doing performance-wise too great here, and well, it doesn't matter. You got to have high perf to get back. So you want to see if you're good at something, and the rule says, well, you have to be good at it if you want to stop doing it. So it is a catch-22. You got to watch out for those situations. We talked about the second bullet point a little bit already. Step 4, talk to your manager. If you have a supportive manager, I would love to hear from my reports that they were thinking about it someday. Every single one of my reports throughout my management career was a great IC, and they loved doing it. So I didn't have to have many of these conversations. But if you are thinking about this, talk to your manager and use words like someday. Like, don't drop this on them at the 0 hour, because if you're a good contributor as an IC, they won't want to lose you. Even if you trust them, observe how they react. When you say, hey, I was kind of playing around with the idea of someday becoming a people manager, do they squirm? Is the first word out of their mouth? You want to get a sense of if they're going to help you in your career. I hope you have a manager that wants to be excited about this and help you develop in your career. But give them plenty of heads up. And like I said, a good manager will support you. I would love to talk about my folks that want to become managers someday. All right, this is straightforward. Find an opening. Ideally, you want it to be where you work, because hopefully you've built up some goodwill, some social capital. If you've become a great IC, people will be rooting for you. There's nothing like the feeling of trying something new you haven't done before and having your peers root for you. That is really a good feeling. You can look in all the usual places. Check your internal job boards. If your manager's helping you out, he may have heard of something that's available. A lot of times there may be a sister team or a sibling team where they do similar work, and their manager or whatever needs to cut out permanently, or maybe he's going on leave. There's a lot of opportunities. If you look, they're out there. Okay, I'm going to fire off these bullet points. I'll let you read them as I kind of talk about them. Good handoff. Good handoff is being about a good citizen to the end. So if you've got projects, you need to finish them, you need to kill them, or you need to hand them off. You need to work with your manager, be willing to hire your replacement, be willing to interview your replacement. At one point in my career, I conducted 9 interviews I was the tech lead with my people manager, and I was moving on, and this wasn't even into a manager position, and we did a lot of interviewing to find the right personality. So just be willing to help in the transition, and understand we may be chomping at the bit to try the new gig, but it can take weeks or even months. So just be patient and do everything you can to help your manager out. All right, what are we doing on time check? Oh yeah, I gotta get moving here. Step 7, go for it. The main thing I would say is if you become a people manager, you wanna give it an absolute minimum 6 months, preferably 9 to 12, and it relates to the 3rd bullet point. If your company does perf reviews, you really want to get yourself, you want to experience a full performance review cycle from the beginning all the way through doing the writings, doing the feedbacks, collecting the feedbacks, assigning ratings. Hopefully you get to have some great conversations, salary bumps, promotions. I'd say my single favorite thing doing as a people manager is promoting my folks and showing them off, even if it means sending them to another team. Like, again, it goes back to just help people be successful. Okay, lastly, let's talk about means. This is, do you have the skills? Do you have the attributes? I set this next little effect for fade in, and I made it yellow because it's kind of ominous and it's important. Are you cut out for this? I'm gonna try and give you a little taste and tell you about the traits that, in my opinion, are quintessential to survival as a people manager. I have a working title. I have 3 chapters of a book written, but it's got a bad word in the title, so if you all want to know the title of the book I'm working on, come find me afterwards. It's a good one. Okay. This right here could be 3 books, and it could be 5 hours of talk. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tap my keyboard over and over, and I want you to watch the words that come up on the screen. This is just a sampling of the types of things you might do on a random day when you are a full-blown people manager. Oh, look at all that stuff. Oh, there's salary. Salary's good. Oh, personal issues. Documentation. Everyone loves documentation. Whoa, wait, didn't we already talk about meetings? Wait, is that double vision? No, there's more meetings. Oh, what therapy? What is going on there? Therapy. Well, one-on-ones, yeah, it makes sense. Perf review. Wow, reorgs. Oh, that's always fun. Oh, I forgot about meetings. So, if you like variety, yeah. True story, I set a stopwatch. I was sitting in a text file in Emacs because I'm old school. And I set a stopwatch and I said, okay, I need to come up with a full slide of this stuff. And it took me 27 seconds to list all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, I gotta stop. This will fill up a slide. You give me 5 more minutes, I could give you 100 more items. People management, you never know what's in store for you. If you want to hear crazy stories, go to HR. They have fantastic war stories. It's something new every day, and it's very rewarding. I'll talk about a little bit of these. But most importantly, what we want to move on to is the attributes I think you need, as opposed to, hey, what's it like to be a manager? If you want to know what it's like, you want to hear the day-to-day, come find me. Come Zoom meeting, Google meeting, I'll talk about this stuff all day long. We're going to talk about the attributes I think you need. This is the most important. You have to want others to be more successful. You put their success above yours. This is my opinion. You talk to 100 managers, they'll give you 100 different explanations of like, oh, what do you need to be a successful manager? This, I believe, I love correlation. Regardless of what other traits you possess, I believe if you have this attribute, you are very likely to become a phenomenal people manager. You will figure out how to build the rest of what you need. Conversely, I feel that if you do not have this attribute, or you're not truly willing to put the success of others above your own, you will not likely make a good people manager. Especially the people that report in through you as you make your way through your career. You may have an entire org. I hope this isn't a condescending analogy, but I always look at my org as my flock, the people I protect. I look out for their careers. I look out for their skills development. You know, I made a decision. Did this help everyone become more successful? If it didn't, why did I make the decision? If they're successful, you're successful. If they failed, you failed. Cut and dry. That is it. Your number one attribute for being a people manager, putting everyone's success above your own. And if you are at a good company and you put everyone else's success above your own, good things will happen to you. The universe, I'm not a touchy-feely guy, but I will tell you, the universe does reward good karma if you are helping the others around you to be successful. And that's not just true for people managers, that's true for us ICs. That's everyone that qualifies. Okay, folks, this is important. Long time ago, I was on the phone with my sister because I thought I was a weirdo. And I said, hey, Jay, her name's Joni. I'm like, Joni, I was at this party, and I liked talking to people. And then there's a really weird thing, and it happens at all these parties. After about an hour, I am exhausted, and this weird switch in my brain goes off, and I have to get myself outside, away from people, or I'm going to explode, and I just need quiet, and I just need to not talk. And she said the best phrase that any human being can say to another human being. She said, oh, no crap? Holy cow, yeah, that happens to me all the time. I thought I was the only one. It was fantastic. And here's where this applies to us. A lot of technical folks, myself included, are introverts. In modern psychology, an introvert, it used to be, back in the day, an introvert meant you don't like being around other people. You know, heads down, hang out in your cave, watch your TV, play your games, write your code. Extrovert meant you want to be the party. You're in sales, right? 30 years, when I was growing up in the 80s, extroverts were in sales. Modern psychology has a much better definition, and I want you all to be aware of it because it affects, you may think you're not cut out to be a people manager, and you actually are. It was determined that introversion simply means that when you interact with people, that depletes your energy. You could love it, but it depletes your energy. And at some point, you just got to kick out, peace out, and get a break. And I'm like that. My kids could tell you like that. Dad needs a few minutes a day of his quiet time in the basement. So understand, you can be an introvert. You can be a successful people manager while being an introvert. But what you need to do, folks, is you need to be willing to have frequent interactions. If you need to cut out and get a few minutes to collect your thoughts, that's totally fine. But if you like working in a silo, if you like being alone with your thoughts, if you like solving hard problems for days on end like I used to, people manager probably not the best route at this time. And in the future, your approach could change. This is a big one. If there were ever managers that I did not enjoy working for, this is one of the big culprits. Folks, you got to be willing to relinquish control. If you try to micromanage, you're going to create resentment. You've got to take every opportunity to show your reports that you trust them. So be prepared to let go of the control. You owe it to the folks around you. You don't want to micromanage. A good buddy of mine, Steve, gave me a great little nugget of wisdom. And he said, Larry, I think our job as managers is no longer to have the answers. That's our smart ICs. That's why we hire. That's why we put them through grueling interviews. They'll come up with the answers. Our job is to now make sure the questions get asked. And he was absolutely right. So Steve, when you go to watch this recording someday, 100%, amen. You are totally right. Another thing on giving up control. I have very high standards. A little bit of it relates to my vision impairment. I need to get things just right. I need indentation just right. I loved Python many years ago when I discovered it. I need things a certain way. But I want you to ask yourself, when you are people managers, ask yourself questions like this. Do my reports hold each other accountable? Are they doing quality work? Are they providing value to the company? Are they going above and beyond? If most of those questions are yes, don't critique them. Don't polish their work. Just kind of pipe down and know that maybe their work isn't up to your standards if you were doing it, but guess what? You're not doing it. You are helping them to do it. You're supervising. Okay, I need to go pretty fast. Wow, yeah, we're running. I want to make sure to leave a little room for Q&A. So there's a few more traits that are of lesser import, all on one slide. So I want you to think about the worst scenario possible. Could you fire a friend? You've had talks with him, and a few of you in this room know of a woman. Her name's Bethany Blunt. She was one of my managers at Facebook. She said the greatest thing ever. The first one-on-one when I sat down with Bethany, the first thing she said really stuck with me. It was so profound. And she said, Larry, I'm going to tell you what my job is. My job is to make sure there are never any surprises on your performance review. Bomb dropped. Mic drop, walked out of the room. It was perfect. Like, that's so important. If you have conversations with someone on your team and they're just not improving and you can't identify the reason why and you've given them every opportunity, I will tell you, I've had to fire people. It sucks. I have learned that after I need to fire someone, I take the rest of the day off and I go sit in a room and I just stew in my own, oh man, the world's unfair, and it's rough, but you have to be able to do it. And worst case scenario, could you do it to someone that you personally love and trust and they're a friend? Conversely, there's someone on your team you don't really get along with, but they're great for the team, they're great for the company, and they're a star performer. Could you promote someone that you personally don't get along with? That's important. Gentleman by the name of Brent Proctor, I worked with. We were in the same onboarding class at Facebook. He eventually became a manager. And he was the manager of my team. And I was chatting with him, and I said, hey, Brent, what is the trickiest thing about being a manager? And he used a Unix analogy. And he's like, well, Larry, we used to sit at a shell prompt. You hit enter, you can get a return code. Like, okay, 0, success, or -2, or 255, or whatever. You can compile something, right? You can check exceptions, you can check logs. As an IC, you can decide you want to try something, do it, and get a result that says, you screwed up, or hey, everything's fantastic. You don't get that as a people manager. You need to be comfortable going with your gut, going with your heart, going with your brain, and watching things manifest over a course of weeks or months. I'm a big-time gaver, so the analogy I threw out was, being an IC is like Mario Kart. Well, then people management is like playing a long game of Civilization. Like, you make your decisions, and then it might not be till the next era when you see, like, oh, this might not have been a good idea. You need to get comfortable with that, and if you have a good network, they'll help you through it. Empathy, be able to understand the world from other people's point of view. I'm legally blind. I cannot see the world through my own eyes. I better sure as hell be able to see it through other people's eyes. That's the way I look at it. Empathy is critical. Proactive. Ask yourself, do I need to wait to be given a checklist? Do I need to be kind of fed direction? If so, then people management might not be a great. Okay, I hate to throw out into the literature, but there's radical candor and radical acceptance and crucial conversations, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to add 2 phrases to the literature and the vernacular: become profoundly resourceful. If you want to excel at people management, know what to do when you don't know what to do. And if you tread carefully but with confidence and you have a good support network, you will rock it. Okay, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. We're approaching the end of the talk here. I truly don't know if I put this at the end because I think it's the most important, or, and I think my buddy Casey back there will be able to relate to this. I really think these next couple of slides are for myself, because I can have some challenges with this. You need to become a stoic. You need to be able to learn how to take the frustration, the angst, the anger, and you don't repress it, but you need to learn how to deal with it, because if it leaks through as a people manager, it can demoralize your folks, it can tarnish your professional reputation. And here's the thing, like, I actually would like to think that I excelled as an IC because I was brutally honest, and if I saw something that was stupid, I didn't use the word stupid, but I said, hey, we gotta be doing something different. You gotta keep your emotions in check, folks. And again, this is really just a message for myself. Gotta learn to control them. This is one of my favorites. This is a serenity prayer. It's used by many folks. Alcoholics Anonymous uses this. I need to, on this recording, give my wife, Amanda, major props. She has been telling me for years, if not decades, Larry, you burn way too much energy stressing about things you can't control. And God bless her, I've been working on it, and I've been feeling better. And this is a great little tidbit to summarize how I think you should approach things, right? If you can't see it, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And here's another good one. Life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you react to it. Like it or not, we live in a political, human-driven environment. you will be judged positively, negatively, or both based on your reactions. My previous manager, her name was Aparna. I loved her to pieces. And she kind of was watching me from a distance. I ran a compliance engineering team. In compliance, they're kind of like the misfits of the engineering world. They have to do things differently. They don't get access to all the great tools and TLC and love from the engineering groups. So I was a little frustrated. I was a little angsty. And in our first long one-on-one, Aparna was such a sweetheart. And she said, you know, Larry, I like that you are really passionate. And if you've been a people manager, you quickly learn, that's a zip file that you quickly learn to extract and see what's in it. And she was being supportive. And what she was also saying is, it might not have been a good idea to drop the F-bomb in the Slack channel where there were a couple of executives hanging out. Maybe we didn't need the analogy between curing cancer and cleaning toilets in front of the CFO. Like, you know, she was very sweet, she was very kind, and she helped me work on it. So I took this into account. I'm like, I just need to remember to control my reactions. And I apologize, I'm not leaving much time for Q&A, but okay, excellent, thank you. This is the final thought, and this is from the bottom of my heart. And I want to apologize, because I'm going to put 5 words up on this screen. It's not meant to sound snarky. Please raise your hand if you are a parent. Can I see if we've got parents in here? Okay, you'll be able to relate to this. And I think you'll appreciate how it very much ties into becoming a people manager. At the point in my career where I effectively signed on the dotted line, right? Like point of no return, like, okay, I'm gonna go in tomorrow, and holy cow, there were 50, I had 15 reports. The start of my people management career, I went from IC one day to 15 reports the next day. Don't do that. So I had that moment, and I looked at myself in the mirror, and I don't know if it was my voice or just something from the ether, but I said these words out loud to myself, and I also say them to every new parent. This takes us full circle. I really hope all of you have people managers or have had people managers that operate like this. It takes us back to the very beginning. Great managers live and die and breathe and eat and sleep on the success of those around them. When I was in IC, I loved crunching my brain on hard problems. My daughter Zoe was born, and some of the hardest problems I solved at Facebook were solved by taking my little girl, my little baby girl, and walking her around at 3 a.m. I kid you, true story. One of the best little solutions I ever came up for a problem at Facebook simultaneously happened while she threw up all over me. And somehow her throwing up on me inspired the solution. I'm like, oh, that's totally what we could do. We just need to barf all of the data out. Like, this is not about parsing. This is about a transparency issue. But I love, my kids really help me think about management, and management helps me think about my kids. So really, I want to leave you with this parting thought. It's not about you anymore. Just be prepared to dedicate all of your energy to your folks, your peers, your management chain, but really your folks in the org and the people that report into you. Folks, oh, it was in quotes. Yeah, El Shroff, just some random dude that said that. Folks, that's it for my talk. Thank you so much. I love talking about this stuff. I apologize, I didn't leave room for much Q&A, but let's do that now.
No, you're good. We promised you 15 minutes, and on all the other tracks, you then have 10 minutes for questions. It's just they smushed this, so it's unclear. So we're going to start the questions. Do we have our next speaker in the house? You? Okay, so why don't you come up so you can get started. I'm parallelizing it because they didn't give us our normal space. So please go ahead. Before we do the questions, though, I'm going to take this out of her way, and then we will.
Cool. And again, I mean that. If anyone wants to talk about this stuff, I can talk about it day and night. So feel free to look me up on LinkedIn. Come find me if you use Facebook. I'm available there, email, you name it. And we can hop on some meets. So if there's any Q&A, like are we done? Is there no Q&A time, or do we have a couple minutes? Or?
Oh, no, we're going to do Q&A.
Fantastic.
I'm getting this out of her way so that she can be set up. That's all.
Sounds great.
I will help you if you need it, but for now, I'm going to start. You want to do the Q&A? Okay.
All right. Any questions?
I've been fighting not being a manager, so I'm going to be more of a tech lead. That's my path. But
Awesome.
I am noticing that as I do that, I also have to hone up on the same skills dealing with people with like junior developers, because I'm responsible for vetting their stuff.
Absolutely.
And I think having the skills, acquiring the skills, even if you're not going to be a manager, is important. One, for communicating also with your manager. It makes the relationship a little bit easier.
Absolutely.
And so there's no net negative on learning about it, and then maybe you like it. Or maybe in one company you're not going to have that opportunity, but somewhere else you will.
Absolutely. I want to paraphrase for the sake of the recording in case it didn't come through the mic, and I want to paraphrase it. Like, these skills are amazingly adaptable and valuable, even if you don't want to become a people manager. And thank you for that example. Being a tech lead and being responsible for junior developers, absolutely critical skills. I couldn't agree more. Anyone else have any data points they're after? Quandaries?
Yeah, so let's say you become a manager. What about support for being a manager? Like, I work in a very small company, so it's not like I have a lot of other people at my level to hang out with.
That's tough. We need peers, right? I'll tell you what, if nothing else, a good people manager needs a trusted peer to vent to, needs a therapist. I have been a therapist many times. I've needed therapy many times. I wish I had better advice for you, but I would say do your best to find someone in your network who is in as similar of a situation as possible, and you benefit by them being outside of the company, because then you can dump all of the dirt and gossip that you need to, right? You can turn off the filter. We people managers, I talked about being an introvert and the things that take your energy. You have to be careful and approach your communications in a certain way as a people manager. And the great thing is if you can find a peer away from your company, you can just let it roll. You can just let it all come out. And if you're lucky enough that it's a pre-existing friend, then they get it, and they'll just let you vent and let things tumble. But I wish I had an answer for you. But at a small company of support for being a manager, you're going to have to find your external resources. I wish I had a better answer. I wish I was there, because then I would get you up there. Like, I would look for every opportunity to develop you and say, like, give you more responsibility, and like, hey, you're ready for more. So you're going to have to be self-sufficient and find it externally. And then if you find you crave that advancement and you're not getting it where you're at, you're going to have to consider going elsewhere, which is not a trivial deal. That's a very big deal. Look me up on LinkedIn or however you like to communicate, and let's do a call.
I will, because my next question is, I just got my notice on Wednesday, so now I'm looking at working at another company.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, so.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well, I mean, once all the film work comes back, I might be back at my company.
Gotcha.
But I got to figure out something to do in between. And so, I'm like, okay, what do I want to be doing at my next company? And because I'm managing at a small company, do I want to manage at a bigger company?
Absolutely. And I feel like I could help you answer that question. I can give you a framework if you want to chat about it. But yeah, it's kind of turbulent and it can be unexpected. But absolutely, it's about what's available matched to what you're familiar with. You could do a large. Small versus large is not a huge transition. That's the good news. There's just almost like a few pro tips I would pass on. Looks like we got one back there.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I'm a big people manager, so I came to this talk trying to figure out if it's truly for me, because I'm struggling with that, right? I've been being a people manager, and the reason I'm a people manager is because I'm in the company that you said that you shouldn't be, where you become an IC, and after at some point, you have to become a people manager. Right?
Oh, okay. And I'm going to ask you to be very honest. In the big picture, how's that working out for folks there? Is it a good culture? Does it work? Or is it difficult to navigate?
Yeah, it's very difficult to navigate. It's complicated. There is a lot, I'm not a people person, so I had to learn a lot about that.
Yep.
And my bosses have been very good to that.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
It really helps to have support on that end.
But I always tell my boss that he teaches me by telling me, this is the pool, this is the deep end, that's the other side, let me push you in this way. And when I'm drowning, he will pull me out, he will jump into the pool, swim, and tell me, just get out of the pool, says, that's how you do it, right? So it's very much let me show you how I do it, and you try to figure out the way that you can do it.
That's support. That's good. It's amazing how many people become people managers and don't have anyone trying to support them from above in their management chain. So that is good. You know, is the overall environment optimal? Probably not, but I'm glad you're getting support. Keep listening to them. I do want to pass on this thought, and this is something that they taught us in Facebook onboarding. It is 5 times more effective to play to your strengths than your weaknesses. And the basically research showed to get kids from an F to a C took 5 times more energy than getting them from a C to an A. So if you know, keep thinking about it, keep getting objective feedback from your manager, and figure out if being a people manager plays to your strengths. You will have to develop skills, but you have to figure out if you're going to the gym and your muscles are sore, is it because you just haven't exercised the muscles before, or is it because you weren't meant to be doing that exercise and you're actually doing damage to yourself?
Right.
So,
it's like,
yeah.
am I, exactly at the point that I'm trying to figure out, is it, am I a fish trying to climb a tree, or am I just a monkey that is kind of, not lazy, but trying to understand what exactly needs to go through? But the question that I had, and the one that I've been struggling a little bit lately, is because now you're in a management position, you become the place for complaints to go.
Yep.
Right? And all of a sudden, you have to defend to the degree policies that you might not agree, but you cannot openly or very proactively go into saying, I disagree with.
Okay. Right. You know what? This is per company culture, and there's a great guy named Josh. He was my therapy. We were each other's therapy. And one of Josh's biggest concerns was, how do you not agree with the decrees from above and communicate it to your folks? You don't want to necessarily do what I do, because it's heavily dependent on the culture, but I hate this word, but I got to use it. I am always authentic. So what I will do is I will tell my folks, look, folks, I'm going to be honest, I don't really agree with this. And sometimes I'll say, maybe it's just because I don't understand it, but we were given this, well, this doesn't apply here, this doesn't apply here. But I very constructively say, but look, we got to do it. And if you can do it, if you can dig in and we can get through it, I will buy you all beers on Wednesday. Or I will, I will take you out. It's hard, and your culture can say, like, hey, just toe the line. But you have got to find a way to let your folks know, either directly or very subtly through context or through subtext. Don't just toe the line and let everyone think you're cool with it, because your reports and your organization, especially if you've got people managers under you, they will see through it. So it is okay to be a dissenter as long as you're a constructive and communicating dissenter. And then if you've got a healthy environment, talk to the folks making the decisions, get on a phone with them and say, like, hey, can you help elaborate why you decided this? So you can get through it. It's tough, and I have been in your shoes, but do not bottle it up and let your folks know that it's okay to dissent a little bit. I apologize. I'm legally blind, so I don't want to cut into your time. Dustin, how am I doing, Dustin? We doing good? Should we call it here, or are there any more questions? Do we have time? Well, a little bit, because we've got this. Ready to go? Yeah. Cool. It sounds like we got a couple more minutes. If there's anyone wants to throw anything out there. We all good? Sweet.
One
right.
more.
Oh, one more. All right, cool.
I agree with all your presentation. I have been an IC. I haven't been a manager, but have been considering it. I have a question. At one point, you said something about, if you're working for a good company. What if you're not working for a good company, and there's a bunch of old, let's say, legacy stuff, and the managers are managers just because they were there's no training and stuff, and you want to transition to maybe a new company. Do you have any tips on how you go about finding a good new company?
Culture. You want to tap the grapevine. Talk to your friends either in person or in Slack. There's good stories. The thing is, between Quora and Reddit and everything under the sun, you will find the places that people are talking about, where you want to go, where you don't want to go. Let me ask you this. Outside of all the other managers, if you don't mind me asking a personal question, does your manager support you? And you might not feel comfortable answering that, so let me see if I can ask it in a safer way. Yeah. Do you feel it is potentially safe at your company to try management out and then use that experience to leapfrog to another company saying, I have some management experience? Or do you think it's best to just start externally? I want to start with that.
It's a smaller, medium-sized company. I've sort of broached the subject a little bit. Yeah, there aren't that many. There are a number of managers, but the overall let's say the ownership and stuff, there isn't. It's not like a bigger company where you have the managers have training and
Yeah,
and
that was
HR.
a key thing you said.
It's smaller where people are doing multiple jobs.
Yeah,
So the payroll clerk and the finance person are the HR department.
I'll give you the good news. There is a way to do it and to transfer externally. Come find me and let's do like a Google Meet or a Zoom call like sometime next week, because I can throw you out some ideas. But it is possible to get what you need and do it externally. So that's the good news there. We all good on time?
Nope, we're done.
Okay,
So
awesome.
I need to change up. Thank our speaker again. That was fantastic. All right. Thanks. That was great. Yep. I'll take care of our next speaker. You can collect your stuff now.
That was a great talk.
Thanks. Good luck to you. Well, Justin, that was thanks to your prep. Thank you for troubleshooting it with me.
So like on this side? Well, no, it goes over both sides. Oh. This? Hold on.
Oh, wait, that's yours.
Hold on. Let me grab it.
I'll get out of your way. I'm gonna go and grab a bite. I will try and come and find it. Are you gonna be in this room for a couple hours? Okay, awesome. Okay, awesome. Thanks again. It was a fantastic experience.
Okay. Is it good now? Yeah? Okay. And it's on? Okay. Can everyone hear me?
I think
Yeah?
it's not picking up. If you don't mind.
Yeah, yeah. Go. Is that better? Yes. Okay. Sure. Sounds good. Okay. Just gonna check.
Okay,
the
and
time.
since we're kind of split second here, we're going to go immediately. So let's have a round of applause for our next speaker, Fatima Taj.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Fatima, and I'll be presenting this beginner's guide to career progression in tech. Okay, I'll just quickly introduce myself. So I am a senior software engineer at Yelp. I am from Canada, so if you see me carrying around like this very heavy jacket, it's not because I'm crazy. Just a disclaimer that I'm not representing my employer here. Everything that's presented in this session are my personal opinions. Okay, so before I start, I can't claim that the content of this presentation is all coming from me. I use some very, very highly recommended resources. Amongst all these resources, this is honestly my favorite one. It's by The Pragmatic Engineer. It's a book that recently came out, like a couple of months ago. It's called The Software Engineer's Guidebook. It is an excellent resource. I cannot recommend this enough. Okay, first things first. Why should you care about career progression in tech? Now, it's funny, I think that, back when I was in my undergrad, I was, you're fixated on getting that first job, right? You're not really thinking beyond that. And, that was what I was thinking as well. That, oh, I just need to get that first job, and then, I'll see what I need to do, and I'll figure it out. So there's good news and bad news. The bad news is that until you get to a specific level, called the terminal level, which we're going to talk about, you sort of need to get promoted. If you're not, it could mean that you're not performing up to expectations. And in a case like this, you could be put on a PIP, which is a performance improvement plan, or worse, you could be let go. Secondly, getting promoted obviously impacts the sorts of opportunities that you're getting within the organization, right? Like if you're doing good work, if you're meeting expectations, then yeah, your manager and other senior leaders will put you on sort of more interesting projects where you get like more ownership, try out different things, all of that. It impacts future opportunities as well, right? Like the kind of work that you're doing within your current organization can really impact future opportunities that you might get as well. And lastly, it also impacts your compensation. Okay, so this is a rough outline of the content that we're going to cover. So we're going to start with some basic terminology. And Larry already covered what an IC is, so that's good. We're going to look at what the typical engineering track is for a software engineer. I think the timing of this talk is perfect because Larry very nicely covered the engineering management track. We're going to talk about like the other parallel sort of track. We're going to talk about why promotions matter, what is a terminal level, what does the process look like, the key players that are involved, the key competencies that you're being assessed on, and lastly, we're also going to talk about what you can do if things don't go as planned. Okay, first things first. Like something that I want you to keep in mind is that every company does promotions and leveling differently. Like I'm going to give a couple of examples in this talk. Try not to get like too attached to those examples because again, you're going to see a lot of variation of this. The key takeaways for you should be this. Like you need to figure out what the expectations are within your company. You need to figure out what the process to get promoted is within your company, who the key players are, what the key competencies are. But yeah, try not to get like too attached to like the low level sort of details that I'm going to share. To start off, what is an IC? So an IC, I'm going to skip the ChatGPT definition, is basically used to contrast to people who are involved in like people management responsibilities, so like your manager. And ICs can hold like all sorts of titles, so a software engineer, data scientist, hardware engineer, designer, etc. Okay, so now this is a typical engineering track for a software engineer. I took this image from, again, an excellent resource called The Staff Engineer. It's by Will Larson. I highly recommend that you check it out. So yeah, as you can see, once you get to the senior level, you sort of have two parallel tracks that you can pick between. Now, again, like I said, not the company that you're in right now, it might not define it this way. They could define it very differently, right? Like Larry said in his presentation, it might be that to get promoted, you have to become a manager, right? But again, like every company does it differently, but this definition roughly applies to like big tech. Another thing that I want to call out is that anything beyond senior is honestly, getting those promotions is incredibly difficult and incredibly rare as well, which is why you might see a lot of, usually at like companies, you'll see a lot of senior engineers, but then staff, principal, distinguished, those become rarer and rarer titles. Again, like I said, when I said that companies do leveling differently, so I took this image from levels.fyi, and it just shows you how the levels sort of differ across a wide variety of companies, right? Which is why I said that, okay, don't get too attached to the low-level granularities, as long as you make sure that you understand what the expectations are and the processes within your own company. Okay, so a couple of key takeaways. First of all, understand that the levels build on top of each other. Okay, so if you're if you're at the senior level, then you need to be meeting the requirements for like the new grad and then the mid-level that we saw earlier. Now, for all these different levels, you might see a minimum number of years requirement. That's a tricky one. You might see people who don't necessarily fulfill that timing requirement, but definitely for, I think, senior roles and anything beyond that, time is a pretty important factor, because at that level, the work that you're doing is not something, the impact is not over a course of months. You're likely working on year-long projects. So at that level, you actually need to stay at a company for a specific period of time to be able to see that impact. So time does start to become somewhat of an important factor. Also, promotions are backward looking. So what that means is that you have to be performing at the next level for a certain period of time before you're officially given that promotion. So let's say you're a senior right now, but you're performing at the staff level. Now, and you've been performing at the staff level for like about a quarter. Now, that doesn't mean that you're gonna be given that promotion immediately. They're gonna wait and see that, okay, this person needs to be performing at the staff level for an X, like, whatever that period is, and then we're gonna give you that promotion. So the official promotion basically confirms that you've done this. Why do promotions matter? In the beginning, like I said, you have an opportunity for greater impact. You can work on, bigger, more exciting projects. But the more interesting thing, I think, is there's also changes to your compensation. So they really impact your base salary, your equity refreshers, your promotion bonuses. Promotion bonuses, again, can be really generous if you're, again, depending on the company and how well you did. Now, the key thing to understand is that a promotion moves your compensation to the bottom of the next band. So usually at companies, let's say you have a bunch of seniors working, there's a range of salaries that are allotted for the senior engineering role at your company. So when you get promoted, because of your promotion, your compensation moves to the bottom of the next band. So you might be getting the minimum that staff engineer is being paid. And interestingly enough, a top performer, a top performing employee at a lower level could actually be making more than an average employee at the next level. And that's mostly because of the equity refreshers that you get and the bonuses that they have for top performers. Okay, so like I said in the beginning, there's bad news, which is that in the beginning of your career, you sort of have to get promoted, because if you don't, that means that you're probably not performing at par with expectations. The good news is that you don't have to be stuck in this cycle forever, because in big tech, there's this concept of a terminal level. So what a terminal level is that this is a level that companies have decided that, okay, over time, you have to get promoted to this level. However, once you're here, you can just keep performing at that level. You don't need to go to the next one. Within big tech, it's usually the senior level. So once you get to senior, you can sort of chill in the sense that you have to keep performing at that level, but you're not, no one's gonna be breathing down your neck that, okay, why aren't you getting to staff? So at this level, engineers are fully autonomous. And terminal levels also exist to manage expectations. So you have to realize that for staff, principal, and distinguished engineers, companies are sort of tied in the sense that while these are engineers that can do very, very high impact work, they also need to have the budget to accommodate for engineers at that level. A lot of companies might not have that, which is why terminal levels exist. So it's also a tool for companies to manage employee expectations. Okay, the process. Again, there's so many variations of this. It could be if you're working at say a startup or a very small company, it could be completely unstructured. You might, I don't know, your VP might be doing your evaluation, or maybe it's your manager or whatnot. In some companies, it's manager only. Only your manager gets to do your performance evaluations. In some, they also might throw in evaluation from your peers as well. And in most companies, it's a hybrid model. So what that means is that it's a combination of your manager providing feedback and your peers. So at a lot of companies, promotions up to the senior level are decided by a manager-only committee. That's how Yelp does it. So basically, my manager does my evaluation, and then they sit together within this manager-only committee, which decides that, okay, whether an engineer is going to get a desired calibration. For staff and above, it could be a company-wide committee. So I really like the way my manager explained this to me. He was like, at the senior level, again, it's your manager. If you're going for staff, your skip level manager is going to be involved as well. As you keep vying for bigger and bigger promotions, the more sort of senior leaders are going to be involved in that process. Okay, and so a big part of understanding the promotion cycle also means understanding the key players that are involved. So understanding your manager's role, your skip level manager's role. Something to remember is that your manager is your biggest ally. It's funny, again, I think there's so many things that you sort of get more clarity on once you start your professional career. Like when, back when I was in school and people would complain about having a bad manager. And I think like, okay, you have a bad manager, so what? But now that I have a manager who's fantastic, by the way, I'm like, oh yeah, a manager can really impact what your career looks like, what your career progression looks like, how much money you're making, what sorts of projects you're being put on. So yeah, this is sort of a very important piece for you to understand, that your manager is your biggest ally. Hopefully they are. So you have to make sure that you're on the same page as them. Make sure that you're highlighting your wins and you're being acknowledged for the work that you're doing. And also another thing to remember is that your manager's standing in the organization matters as well. Like their tenure, their influence matters. Obviously, the greater their tenure and their influence, the more they can sort of push for the desired calibrations. I've actually like known people who who were working at a company for like an extended period of time, and they were like, they were hoping for a promotion, but then a new manager came in, and then they were like, obviously with a new manager, right? Like they need to spend that time to build that influence and that tenure. So because of that, because they got like a new manager, they actually decided to jump ship and move to another company because they weren't all that, what's a good word here? All that hopeful, in terms of getting that promotion that they were working towards. Okay, so next we're going to look at some key competencies. So roughly, I took a look at like a bunch of big tech companies. Like roughly the criteria is more or less the same. The wording, of course, is going to be different. Like usually they're looking at like, there's sort of like a few key themes that you're being assessed on. So your technical contributions and expertise, your design and architecture, skills. And then we moved more towards like the softer side of, towards the soft skills. So how you collaborate, how you communicate, team building, and mentorship. These are usually more or less the key themes that you'll sort of see be a part of your performance evaluation process. Okay, so before we get into looking at these key competencies across the different levels, I just want to make a couple of quick notes here. Like I like to think of promotions as being a combination of impact and visibility. So I like to think that like promotions sort of boil down to doing the right kind of work, but then also making sure that it's seen by the right people. I think those are like two very important components. You have to be, like I think this is very, very important. You have to be your biggest cheerleader. For the longest time, I used to think that getting promoted was all about like doing good work, and then, the rest will take care of itself. That's not true. You have to be your biggest cheerleader. On that note, I really like the concept of a brag document, which is, which was coined by this engineer at Stripe. I don't know if they're still there, Julia Evans. So the whole concept of a brag document is that it's this document that you have where you essentially just dump everything that you're doing. Okay, don't think about like whether it qualifies to be on the brag document. Even if it's something like, oh, I helped unblock an engineer this week, put it on your brag document. Now, there's like countless benefits to a brag document. You can check out this link. But I just want to highlight a couple of them. First of all, keep in mind that your performance reviews suffer from a recency bias, right? Okay, so let's say that at your company, a performance evaluation happens like once every 6 months, right? Now, every 6 months, you sit down and you start thinking about what you did in like January. Let's say one is happening in June, you have to think back to what you did in January. That's hard, right? Like usually especially in the beginning of my career, whenever it was time for for my performance evaluation, I'd sit down, I'd start going through all the pull requests that I'd created, and it's just not fun. It's not fun. It's not an efficient way of going about it. And then secondly, there's so many things that you might have done that obviously a pull request might not reflect, right? Like again, like I said, if you unblocked another engineer, there's no way for you to remember that other than if it was in your brag document. So yeah, so keep in mind that performance evaluations suffer from a recency bias. It's very, very natural for both you and your manager to only think back to the most recent wins that you had or the most recent things that you did, right? So this is where a brag document really helps you out. And secondly, which also happens to be a major concern for a lot of people, it also helps you deal with manager transitions, right? Let's say you have a performance evaluation coming up in 3 months and all of a sudden you get a new manager. Obviously, within 3 months, you might be like, oh, like how do I let them know all the work that I've done earlier, right? So again, this is a great place where your brag document could come handy. Another thing that I want to sort of highlight, and I think Larry did a great job highlighting this as well, is that like obviously when we think about promotions, we're thinking about our own career. We want to get a fancier title. We want to get more compensation. But I think it's very, very important to understand that unfortunately you won't get very far in your career if you're only just watching out for your own interests. And this can be, I think, it can be a tough concept to come to terms with. I think especially when you're in the beginning stages of your career. Like you want to do the most amount of work, right? You want to be fast. But you have to be a team player. So whether whether that means that you spend a couple of hours mentoring like a younger engineer on your team, or you help unblock your team members, or you're volunteering for within your company. I think again these are things that you have to keep in mind, and not just like for face value. You're actually being actively assessed on these things as well. Okay, so now in the next couple of slides, we're going to quickly go over what the key competencies look like across the different levels. Okay, so we'll start with the new grad level. So at this point, your typical experience, this is like any person's full-time, like first full-time engineering job. At this point, in terms of your scope and your impact, you can develop features with obviously supervision and support. In terms of your technical contributions, you can, you obviously know how to code. You can code, it's clear, concise, it's tested. You're learning one or more technical areas. You're learning tools or, other best practices at your company. And you're capable of, taking care of well-defined subtasks and completing these tasks. In terms of your design and architecture skills, with supervision, you can participate in engineering design discussions for features or bug fixes. You're responsible for the development and testing of your own code. And as far as collaboration is concerned, you know when to ask for help, when needed. Mid-level is around, I would say, maybe 1 to 3 years of relevant industry experience. At this point, you can develop, design, ship, and maintain features with support. You can, again, you clearly know how to code. You're becoming proficient in one or more technical areas, whether that's back-end, front-end, mobile, whatever it is. You can, you can make steady progress on tasks, and you also know when to ask for help. And at this level, you're basically an engineer that's, you can deal with well-defined tasks, and you can complete them, and you can complete them in a manner that's considered high quality by your team members. And again, you can contribute to engineering discussions for features and bug fixes. You can do code reviews for other engineers as well. At this point, you're responsible for the development, testing, rollout, and maintenance of your code. And again, you also know how to unblock yourself by seeking out support from your team if needed. Now, senior is, I think, when things start getting more interested. Like I said, at this level, you're expected to be a fully autonomous engineer. So, senior can be, again, based on the company, anywhere between 4 to 6 years of industry experience. At this point, you can design, develop, ship, maintain medium-sized features independently. You are highly proficient in one or more technical areas. And something that I like to keep in mind, especially when I'm thinking about senior versus, let's say staff, is the impact. So at senior, you have team level impact versus at staff where you have company level impact. And we're going to talk about that. So at this point, you can create or co-create, engineering designs, and you can provide meaningful feedback to other engineers' designs and their code as well. So yeah, at this point now you start, because we talked about full autonomy, right? This is where you sort of start seeing the complete software development cycle as well. So you're part of the planning, the risk management, design, development, testing things out, rolling them out, and whatever maintenance work is required. And additionally, you're also responsible for improving the health and quality of the work that you're doing. You collaborate within your own team, but also with adjacent teams. And in terms of team building, you assist and you mentor other engineers on an individual basis. So if you contrast this to staff, again, the typical experience might vary, but usually we're talking about 8 or more years of relevant experience. At this point, you're leading medium to large features, and like I said, like if you it's about company level impact now, right? So at the senior level, you might be working on projects which are like very specific to your team, but once you move to the staff level, you might be collaborating across like a wide variety of teams. So again, it's that impact that you have to distinguish between. Again, you make very impactful technical contributions, you have company-wide impact, you're now an expert in one or more technical areas, and you also analyze and help unblock your team in terms of like any technical obstacles. You're now leading engineering discussions. You know, you're getting feedback, you're building consensus, you're providing meaningful feedback to your team and other engineers as well, and you're resolving like open questions with it when it comes to like design or their code. Again, in terms of like ownership, you're responsible for the successful delivery of your projects, and again, we're talking end to end, and now you're like, you know, now we're starting to think more long-term, right? So you're responsible for the long-term health and quality of your team's code base and systems. In terms of collaboration, like I said, you're collaborating not only within your team, but also with a bunch of adjacent teams, and you're trying to build this environment of collaboration and knowledge sharing across multiple teams. In terms of team building, again, mentorship is a big part of this. So, you know, you're trying to cultivate a culture of like learning and growth within your team and other teams as well. Now, all of that might have been a bit dry. So far, everything that we've talked about sort of assumes a best case scenario, right? Like we talked about, okay, this is what you need to do. These are the people you need to talk to. If you do this, you'll get promoted. And that might not necessarily be the case, as unfortunate as that is. So I want to take some time to talk about what you can do if things don't work out your way. So the first thing that I want to talk about is just pacing yourself and how important that is. I really like how the pragmatic engineer summarizes this. So they propose this model of stretching, executing, and coasting, and we're going to go over the details of this model. But again, like pacing yourself, I think is a very important sort of thing to keep in mind, because an average software engineer's career can last around 40 years. So that's quite a fair bit of time. So when you're stretching, you're basically doing things which sort of push you out of your comfort zone. So this might be like you learning a new language or a new framework, or you joining a new company, right? This is really where you're sort of being pushed out of your comfort zone. When you're executing, this is sort of your normal way of working. So this is where, again, you're sort of within your comfort zone. You know what to do here. So let's say you're building something where, you know, and you're already familiar with the tech stack. And then lastly, coasting, which is when you take a temporary short breather. Now, this is not like a break, so this doesn't mean that you're just going on vacation. It's just that you're taking like this short breather after, let's say, like a particularly tough project. Let's say you rolled out this project and it was very, very intense work for a couple of months. But now you just want to take a little step back for a little time. So this is exactly what coasting means. So in this time, you could catch up on some like pending documentation, or maybe there were some design discussions that, you know, needed your feedback and you'd been putting it off. So what the pragmatic engineer recommends is that your career, ideally, just to ensure the longevity, should be a good mix of stretching, executing, and a little coasting once in a while. And I really like that model. I think that is something what most of us do as well, but, you know, maybe we just hadn't thought of it in those terms. Okay, so like I said, what to do in case things don't go as planned. So first things first, I think it's important to be realistic. Like if you just, I think, like it's important to look at the statistics as far as promotions are concerned. So at most of big tech, about 30 to 40% of promotion cases for senior levels are rejected. That's quite a big number. So again, I think, yeah, it's good to be aware of what the stats are, especially within your own company. Now, for a lot of people, if they're unable to get promoted within their company, they might think that, oh, maybe I can jump ship, right? Now, there's pros and cons to that approach as well. First of all, there's definitely more risk with changing jobs with greater seniority, okay? So it could be a red flag if you're jumping ship too often, especially once, like, you know, if you're talking senior, and anything beyond that. If you're like, you know, I've read like from a couple of engineers that I follow on LinkedIn that I think 2 to 3 years minimum at those levels, you should ideally be staying at a given company. Anything less than that could be a red flag. And then, like I said in the beginning, that tenure is a very important factor as far as these roles are concerned, right? Like, you're gonna be working on projects that span years, so obviously you need to stay for a certain period of time just to see the impact of your work. In more senior roles, you also need time to build a relationship with your coworkers, right? Building trust with stakeholders, and just to understand the ins and outs of the organization, who's involved, what the decision-making process looks like. Like, think back to your, like, when you started in your new roles. Like, in the beginning, 6 months is like, it's a pretty standard sort of period where you're just sort of easing into your role and just getting comfortable knowing what the project is that you're going to be working on and all of that. So again, time is an important factor in all of these things. Now, switching jobs is usually an either-or situation in the sense that you can either get a fancier title or you can get more compensation, but you might not necessarily get both. And there's reasons for that. One, I told you that the leveling is not consistent across companies, right? So you might be a staff at your current company, but let's say you jump ship, they might only be willing to give you like a senior level position, right? So that's one thing. Secondly, interview performance can be a big reason for down leveling as well, which is why it's so important for you to perform well in your interviews. Like, how well you perform in your interviews can really impact, again, the title that you're being given and the compensation that comes your way. And yeah, like I said, the titles and expectations are not consistent across companies. Okay, so again, according to the pragmatic engineer, so like something to keep in mind, you know, sometimes your performance evaluations might go amazing, sometimes they might just be average. So it's important to remember that performance evaluations are just a snapshot of a point in time, right? They're not like, it's not a permanent reflection of you, right? So it's always something that you can recover from. As a rule of thumb, around 20% of people get above average reviews. Oh no, I got that wrong. That's below average. 60 to 70 get average ones, and then 10 to 15 get above average ones. So again, like, you have to keep those statistics in mind. And also, please don't be too dependent on the outcome. A lot of people, you know, this is sort of a trap that a lot of people fall into, is that they think that, oh, I think I'm doing amazing. I think I had a great quarter. I think I'm gonna get, I think I'm gonna get promoted. So because I'm a top performer, I know just how much my performance bonus might be. So, you know, you might start planning your vacation. Don't do that, right? Again, you never know. There's so many factors that are involved as far as promotions are concerned, that I just don't think it's wise to, like, you know, be too fixated on the outcome. Lastly, I just want to quickly talk about some biases that you might come across as far as your performance evaluations are concerned. We already talked about recency bias, which is when you and your manager tend to only think about things that you've done very recently. There's a strictness or leniency bias. You know, your manager might be very strict, or they could be very lenient. There's a halo bias, which is for people who saved a project, right? So you might get perceived positively just because you sort of swooped in and you saved a project that needed help. There's a similarity bias, which is when if your manager might perceive people who are similar to them as, like, sort of more positively. And then there's a central tendency bias as well, which is when your manager will sort of rate everyone similarly because it feels more fairer than to differentiate. Again, these are things that I just wanted to call out because at the end of the day, like, a big part of promotions is just the fact that we're all humans, right? So yeah, these biases are definitely very real, and these should be things that you're aware of. Like I said, I use a lot of resources for this content. Please check these out. These are all, I highly, highly recommend all of these resources. 2 of these are books, and then for the like when I was trying to understand the competencies across different companies, just search it up, and there's tons of content available. But yeah, that is the end of my presentation. I think we have plenty of time for Q&A. But yeah, thank you so much for attending. I will upload them. You can like, if you can reach out to me, I can share the link with you.
Does anybody have any questions?
What's a good amount of time to stay in your first position? Is it like 6 months? Is it years? Like if you are pretty happy and you are enjoying it, and maybe the pay is not where you want it to be, but it's not terrible. I know there's not one answer to that, but what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think 6 months is definitely pretty early. Like I said, I think like it's too early to leave. Yeah, I think like it can easily take you 6 months just to get comfortable in the swing of things. I think like when I joined Yelp, like my manager told me, like I had this question like in terms of like, oh, what are the expectations in terms of how fast I should sort of get up to speed? Like they told me that we give engineers like 6 to 9 months just to sort of get comfortable in their role, and then another X months to start performing at the level that they were hired for, right? So to answer your question, yeah, it's tough. I'd say like, honestly, again, it depends on people's circumstances. Some people might jump ship just because of the compensation thing, right? To me, like how I like to look at it is like the learning. So if I am getting what I wanted out of this role, if I'm using the tech stack that I wanted or whatever it was, if whatever my motivations were for this role, like I'll stay. I think, like for me, in my previous role, I was starting to get very complacent in it, which is when I decided to leave. And at that point, I'd worked for them for like 2 years. So I think the answer differs, but I think eventually it boils down to like what's important to you. Is your growth as an engineer important right now, or is like the compensation part more important? There's no right or wrong answer. It's just what your priority is.
I wanted to ask, what does advocating for yourself look like? There's some people that are fresh out of college, and some people that are looking to transition back into the computer science or to the coding software engineering course workforce, and there's a lot of people here that do amazing work. Whether they make a new machine learning thingy or another open source thingamabob. And it just looks amazing. And when I think about it, with the web development, you can just put up a website. It looks amazing. But other people, like there might be non-technical people that you had to look at. And how do you advocate for yourself when you're looking at the non-technical side of the corporate warehouse?
Are you talking, like, can you give me an example? I'm not sure I understand. Like,
So-
what do you mean when you say non-technical?
So let's say people are looking at like LinkedIn jobs and they're just saying, classic cover letter, resume, or there's that first example, and a second example maybe like you're in a job and there's like maybe a data engineer or software engineer or machine learning engineer, and you have a supervisor who should be your best friend when you're trying to look for these jobs. How are you advocating for yourself when you're talking with these people? Like, are you saying like, I made a Python application that increased this efficiency by like 300%, or is it like I wrote this many lines of code?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier about understanding expectations. So like, for example, like, you know how like on the key competency slide, I said that there's roughly like 4 key themes that they're looking at, right? You can roughly categorize them as being like technical versus like more on like the softer skill side. I think it's important, one, to understand that, like, so when I say companies have like these like 4 key themes, that doesn't mean that each team might have the same amount of weight. Okay, so like if I'm saying that, okay, there's your technical contributions, there's your designing, like your design and architecture skills, collaboration and communication, and team building and mentorship. That doesn't mean each of them carry like a 25% weight, right? So again, that's where I think you have to understand what the expectations are. That, okay, when I'm being evaluated, how much of the evaluation is contingent on the hardcore technical components, and how much of it is contingent on like the softer skills section.
So you would draw a differentiation between whether the supervisor is technical or non-technical, and if it's non-technical, you would try to emphasize your soft skills, your collaboration, your...
No, you're right. That, like I said, your manager has to be your ally. So you have to be on the same page as your manager. So you have to understand what your manager's needs or expectations are from a given engineer at a specific level.
Okay.
So yeah, so it's about finding that alignment. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Oh, I think there was a question there.
I also wanted to ask if you had any advice for I've like basically just started and I'm a new grad and it's been really great and I really like what I'm doing, but at some point I was thinking, there's so much out there. How do you decide if you want to switch specialties and, you know, do something completely different from what you have more experience in? Have you ever done that? Or did you kind of start as a new grad and just keep on the same?
I think, like, are you asking specifically in terms of like whether you should change like what your specialty is right now?
Yeah, or not right now, but just like eventually. What things do you look into? Whether like, oh, I feel like I need to just go to a different company because I want to be learning more, or I feel like I want to go to a different company and switch to a different specialty.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, yeah, like I said, I think when I left my previous company, it was because I felt that, one, I wasn't learning the sort of things that I wanted to be learning. Like I had an interest in building scalable stuff. So I wasn't getting an opportunity to do that. Like the sort of web apps that I was working were being used for by less than a dozen people. So I was like, I can't learn too much about scalability here. So yeah, so that was one thing. I think honestly, yeah, for me that was the biggest factor. I was like, okay, I'm not getting the right sorts of opportunities, and that's why I moved. But again, like I said before, I think it depends on how you perceive your job to be. What do you want to get out of it, right? Do you want to focus more on the learning? I don't know, you might want to call me like I don't know what the right way to summarize it, but like I really like this mantra of like just being very good at what I do, and I do think the money follows eventually. You might think that's a very romantic take on the whole thing, but it's a mantra I like sticking to. So yeah, so for me, if you're just asking how I've made my career choices, it's always been driven by like the learning part of it. I actually took like a couple of jobs that I switched. I have taken pay cuts, but I was like, okay, it's okay if I take a little pay cut right now because I know that will propel me further later on. So yeah.
I would like to try and answer a little bit of that. I worked for a very large company, and I started off as a programmer, and then I saw what product managers were doing, so I knew some business, so I went into product management for a while, and after that I went into technical marketing. So I got to staying inside the same company, I took on a wide variety of different jobs. The other thing you can do is I wanted to be a teacher one time, so I took a night job at teaching and practiced that to see if I was good at it, and then I took a full-time job teaching for a while. So you can, go see different things and make the jump when you want to.
So I have a question about getting promoted to senior level if you haven't held that title before. So at all of my previous jobs, I don't think I've stayed for more than like 2.5 years. But I've been in the industry for about 5 or 6 years. So I haven't held a senior title. but I've definitely like carried out some projects without supervision and like mentored teammates and stuff like that. So do you think it's reasonable to like expect success if I apply to senior level positions, or do you think that you know, hiring managers or recruiters will look at my resume and say, oh, he's not senior level? Is it possible to make that jump without having had that title at a previous role?
I would say it will be very, very contingent on your interview performance.
Okay.
So yeah, so if you can perform at that level within an interview, I think it's definitely possible. Even and like I said, don't get too attached to the titles, because as I said, they're so different, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's definitely possible, but I think the interview would be the real make or break here.
That's fair. Thank you.
Any other questions?
So when choosing specialties, is it possible to sort of spread oneself out too much, or is it good to just learn as many different things as you can?
Oh God, there's so much debate on this. I wish there was one answer. Honestly, for me, I sort of started specializing in one domain, and I don't know, maybe it was luck, maybe it was just like the sort of opportunities that came my way, but I was able to do that. Yeah, it's a, you know, it always, this question always leaves me in a very conflicted state, because while I love what I do and I like being like sort of an expert as far as like the domain that I'm like, my domain is concerned, sometimes I feel very alienated, because I feel that like my vision is like, it's too focused now, and like I wish I knew more, right? So I think it's like that ultimate question of like depth versus breadth, right? I think it's also, again, I think a big part of that is also just the opportunities that might come your way, right? Like if your team has like a very specific domain, then you're sort of stuck with that, right? I always encourage people, like if you want to try out different things, I always encourage people to try out different teams within their company. But again, even that's easier said than done. It's not just like you go up to your manager one day and you're like, oh, I want to change teams. The other team actually needs to have a spot for you to sort of take up, right? So again, it's tough. Yeah, I could give you a lot of advice about that, but yeah, it's a question that always leaves me in a very conflicted state. I don't know what the right answer is. A lot of people say that like very early on in your career, you shouldn't specialize too early, right? You might just like pigeonhole yourself, but that actually worked out pretty well for me. So yeah, but again, I don't think there's like a right or wrong answer here.
So it's kind of just luck then?
But then people say luck is a matter of like the work that you've done. Yeah, so again, I don't know. I genuinely don't know the right answer here. Yeah.
Any more questions? Oh, over here.
Mine's a little similar to the previous one, because I currently work in a job where I'm doing almost two jobs at once. I'm maybe assistant administrator, but even though it's not under my title, I do identity related stuff. And when it comes to finding a new job after that, I wasn't sure whether you find a job that combines both, or you have to go one way or another. And I'm sure that's probably happened with jobs that have probably even 3 or more roles at once.
So wait, what's your question exactly?
So my question is, does it really depend? Would it be best to focus on one specialty if you're transitioning to a new job, or maybe if you're lucky you want to do both, if you like both, or?
Oh God, yeah, it's tough. I think ultimately, again, I think if you enjoy both, that's good. That I would take that as a good sign. Again, yeah, it's hard. Like especially in this industry, I'd say that like it's hard for me to tell you what the right answer would be right now. I think it also depends on like, again, like I said, the opportunities that are coming your way, right? I'd also say that like if you feel that you've sort of been working these 2 different roles, you might have a lot of transferable skills as well, right? So it doesn't, yeah, so that could really work out in your favor as well. But I think ultimately, yeah, I think it's sort of up to you. You might want to also assess that, okay, these two different roles that I've had, what's sort of like the long-term career prospects with regards to these roles as well, right? Yeah, does that answer your question?
This is just coming from somebody who just does AV for a living. So I'm not really a developer or anybody like that. So I'm just trying to get into this whole aspect of it. But when it comes to working with other departments, is there a tendency or some kind of pattern that you can kind of notice between the different jobs that you've taken in order to be able to work in a method that is able to take their input, but at the same time not overstep somebody else? So it could be like, let's say, the marketing team that's coming to you, or the sysadmin team, if you're working like, let's say, the developer role.
And your question is?
Pretty much best way to work with other departments as far as your
yeah,
like.
that's actually a good question. And yeah, I have been doing that a lot in my current role. I think definitely one thing that I've learned is just sort of understanding the capacity that another team has, right? So a lot of, like, for example, the stakeholder teams that I work with, sometimes we might want them to do a certain thing, right? But they might not have the capacity to do that, right? Because at the start of every year, every team has certain projects that they're going to execute, right? So I think one, understanding what the capacity of the other team is, especially if it's a stakeholder team or if it's a team that, you know, like an adjacent team, I think that's definitely very important. Then I think honestly communication is a very important one as well. I get to interact with a lot of PMs from other teams. So sort of adjusting your communication style based on sort of like the nature of job that you're interacting with. Like if I'm interacting, like obviously you can't expect your communication to be the same if you're interacting with, say, like an engineer versus like a PM versus, say, like a director, right? So you need to sort of adjust your communication style, the level of sort of technical detail that you're sharing across these different sort of job roles. So I think that's another important one. Yeah, is that what you had in mind? Yeah.
Appreciate it. All right. Thank you, Fatima. We'll get the next speaker set up and start the next one in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Are these your glasses?
No.
Somebody's glasses. No, there isn't. But I wanted to be able to see Bill Cheswick's talk, which is at 3 o'clock. And it's up in the other building, so I'm probably going to make this relatively quick, but leave some time for questions.
All right.
And then,
I see a audio cable here.
yeah, it'll probably work.
And I'm assuming the HDMI should transfer
Yeah,
audio.
that was
as well.
fine. It was fine in the last talk.
Was it in the same building or?
No, different building, but
Hopefully it's all set
probably
up
the
the
same.
same way.
Probably the same. Standards.
This is my first time doing all this, so.
Oh, okay. I'm glad it's not first time for somebody. I'm a justice of the peace in New Hampshire, so I perform wedding ceremonies. My first wedding ceremony I had, this guy came and said, I'd like you to perform the wedding ceremony for my fiance and myself. And I said, I want you to know it's the first one. He says, well, that's the first one for somebody. He'd been married twice before, and his fiance had been married once before. They kind of steered me through it. That was wonderful. Yeah.
Pronounce the project?
Project Caua. The little tilde over the A is kind of a hand sound. Yep. It's actually named after my Brazilian godson, my first Brazilian godson. It's the Tupi Indian word for eagle, and they have the largest eagle in the world. That's That's why the emblem is the eagle flying against the sun. And, see here. Mad Dog Hall, yeah, absolutely. So tried to have a different pronunciation. Where do we? Oh, yeah. There you go. There we go. What's up?
Looks like this is HDMI converted to USB-C.
Yeah, by Apple.
Oh, so you want to
Yep, how about that? Good old ThinkPad. When I was looking for a new laptop, I was working for Jack and Buck made laptops, but sometimes the components on it wouldn't work with the Linux kernel. And, well, one of the people that worked in the Linux kernel was a guy named Ted Cho. And he showed up at a conference one time with ThinkPad from IBM, because he was working for IBM. And I said, oh, I bet you that everything works on ThinkPad, because that's the system he was using.
Nice. Yeah, I was using one for last time. I really like it. I've been looking at the frameworks down there. They look pretty nice. The modular laptops with the yourself. I hear sound.
Yep, that's good. And let me see if I can get, should be able to just, let's see here, SCaLE.
I probably should be using these, huh? 10 minutes, 5 minutes? Not for you, I meant like in general today.
Let's see.
Audio, but we heard sound, so it should be good. Do you need anything from AV team over here?
Well, just hold on a second.
Just in case.
Because I need to set up my displays, I think. Preferences. No, there's display. There it is. Sees it. Build a display. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's. No, we don't want mirror. We don't want mirror. Join displays. Okay, that should be good. And what happened? Yep, okay. And now I see. Oh, I know what's wrong. Slideshow settings. No, it's not. It's full screen. There we go. And run. Display 2, full screen. Yep. Okay, now we should be able to go to slideshow. Start the first slide. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. All right, we want to do the microphone. Yeah, do this. Last time I had a problem because it kept rubbing against my beard, and we got all sorts of scratchiness. There we go. Well, maybe I need to expand it a little bit. I've got a big head. It doesn't expand. I think so. I think it's as far as it's gone. We'll live with it.
I guess as long as the side where the mic is hooked to your ear.
As long as it doesn't fall off completely, we'll be okay. All right, we'll work with that. I think that's, it keeps wanting to do something, I don't know what. Okay, and it's on. Battery says, no, it's, well, hopefully it'll hang on here. Can everybody hear me? Is it going through the speaker? Oh, that's great, okay. And I'm actually going to drop this. I don't think so. I think it's just saying it's on. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So I'll have this white thing across my black sweater. And what time do we have? 3 minutes left. It's trying to bend it a little bit. It's still having problems. It's still not quite the right size, but we'll see if we can make it go. Still about 2 more minutes, so we'll just wait in case some other people come in. I don't know. Okay, we're going to get started. My name is John Mad Dog Hall, and this talk is on Project Caua. Okay, that's what the little tilde over the A means. And this is a project I started about 12 years ago, mostly down in Latin America, and I'll get into a little bit of that a little bit later. I'm the board chair of the Linux Professional Institute. We do certifications for open source professionals. We're a nonprofit based out of Toronto, Canada. I'm also the founder of Project Caua, and I'm the co-founder of a project in Brazil called Caninos Loucos, and that's crazy dogs, by the way. And the goal of that project is to create inexpensive single-board computers, but also to teach people how to design and manufacture and create supply chains of things for such computers. We'll see a little bit more about that later on. I'm also the executive director of Linux International. Now, who am I in general? I started programming in 1996. Back then, we didn't have computer science. We only had computer black magic. And my part of my degree was in data processing. I actually had a professor tell me I would never make my profession as a professional programmer. I'm still waiting to see if he was correct. I've worked on a wide variety of different systems, a lot of them closed source. I've worked for a lot of companies, small and large, nonprofit and profit-making. Some of them were supposed to be profit-making, but ended up being nonprofit. I had a wide variety of jobs, so from the last talk about changing jobs, I've had a lot of them. But most of all, I like to think of myself as being pragmatic. I believe in getting the job done, so I don't typically spit on somebody if they're using closed-source software. I just try and convince them why they're wrong. So there's a problem in Brazil and in Latin American countries. A lot of the federal and state universities there, and in Europe too for that matter, it seems like the United States is the only one that's behind, the tuition is free for qualified students. You get good grades in high school, you work hard in high school, you take the entrance exams, you pass, and you can get a full scholarship tuition to a university, whether it be state or federal. However, everything else is not free. So if you live in a small town and you have to go to the city for the university, you have to get an apartment, and you have to have food, and you have to buy books and internet and computers and things like that, and all of this costs money. And a lot of times your family is so poor that they really can't afford that. Likewise, it's also equally possible that as the oldest child in the family, you've been working since the age of 15 to help to support your family. And so often it's not the oldest child who goes to university, but some of the younger siblings. In fact, I talked with one president of a university, and he said 40% of the qualified students could not take advantage of the free university because their families are too poor to do that. Some of them work part-time as waiters, waitresses, you know, they night clerk at a hotel, stuff like that, but they typically don't make enough money to really get them through. And there's a lot of students that get within 2 or 3 courses of graduation and they give up. And besides, that's not what they're studying, right? They're not studying to learn how to flip hamburgers in a burger place. They want to learn computer science or computer engineering or information science. Pardon me. And so, like I said, oftentimes they give up. There's another problem. It's small business. You know, in the United States, small business is between 1 to 50 people, medium is 50 to 500, and large is 500 above that. But in a lot of countries, small is between 1 and 30 people, medium is 30 to 300, and it's interesting that it's small business who it typically generates the greatest number of patents and new ideas. In the United States, about 90% of the patents are created by small to medium business. And larger companies like Apple and Google and stuff, sure, they develop a lot of new ideas and stuff like that, but they typically buy the patents and the ideas of other people, incorporating those people and those companies into their companies. So the small business is there, and they need computers, but some of them really don't want to know anything about computers. It's just a tool. It's not like us. We want to learn everything about computers, right? They don't want to know anything about computers. They just want to use the computers to do their job. But they can't afford to have a full-time systems administrator. And consequently, you go into a small business and there may be some computers in there that aren't working at all, or they're working very poorly, or they haven't had any patches installed to the system in months and years. And the person also has no advocate for them. A salesperson comes in and tries to sell them a new computer or a new piece of software, and they have no idea of how that thing works or why it should work or where they need it. I walked into a restaurant one time. He had 3 computers sitting up on his counter. One was his point-of-sale system. Okay, I understood that. One of them, that he had a web page that they could put in orders for pizza, and it printed out on a piece of paper that order. And okay, I could somewhat understand that. But the third computer, he couldn't tell me what it was for. He didn't know what it was for. Somebody just come in and sold it to him. And it just sat there. We didn't know. We never did figure out what it did. One day we just turned it off and nothing happened. So this is a problem. They need an advocate for them. And particularly somebody that gets to know their business so they can advocate the proper software for them to help them do their job. And then again, homeowners, for the most part, they're clueless, okay? So I was at a small event down in Brazil one time around 2015, and I had this person come up to me and say, "Mad Dog, how can I make money with free software?" Well, there's many answers to that. There's many business plans and things. But as I sat there, I realized this person was not asking me how they particularly could make money with free software, but it was how they could make money with free software. And I started thinking about that. I said, well, you're smart, you know technology and stuff, but you really don't know how to create a business. You don't know how to, what business to make and how to start selling it and stuff like that. And I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a project called Project Caua. And as part of that project, I really have no goal of having one big overall project that has several million people in it. Don't care. What I want to have is 1 million small companies start up that each have 1 or 2 people to do it. So they become their own boss, and the profits that they make go directly into their pocket. But what I want to also do is make it as easy as possible for them to start up that small business and to have a product they could sell or services they could sell to the small business people. Now I'm going to say something that will probably be interesting to some of you or amazing to others. People don't buy hardware or software. I mean, they used to. In 1969, when I started programming, yeah, you go out buy IBM mainframe, couple $1 million, right? And then you wrote whatever you needed. But today, you don't really do that. You know, you buy a solution to a problem. That's what you're buying. You know, you buy a home security system. You buy a home control system. You buy a point of sale and ERP system. That's what you're buying. And you really don't care whether it's running on a laptop or a server or an ARM processor or an Intel processor, whether it's running Linux or Windows, or you just don't care normally. You just want the solution. So I started thinking about solutions that these students could sell. Now, some of these students have been using computers since the age of 8. My husband is now, I have to be careful, 30 years old. And I know that's amazing. And he's been using the computers since the age of 8. He's been helping his family take care of the computers since the age of 8. And everybody in his family, his extended family, would come to him and, please help me install this new app on my Android phone. Please, you know, my disk drive is full, or my disk drive failed, and, you know, could you help me? And sure, you know, he knows how to do all that stuff. But the problem is, he can't charge his mother for doing that. You can't charge your mother, the mother who fed you, the mother who changed your diaper, the mother who took care of you, who wiped your nose. You can't do that. But you could charge Timmy's mother, right? And Timmy, because you're busy helping Timmy's mother, Timmy could help your mother, and your mother could pay Timmy, okay? So teaching them how to do business and things like that is what you can do. And this is not just your family, this is everybody in the neighborhood. I mean, once they found out that Hugo could do this stuff, people came from miles around to have him help them. But what these students don't know how to do is they don't know how to set up a business. They don't know how to make a contract, especially a contract that's legal in their country. They don't know how to go out and find customers. How do you approach a customer? How do you sell yourself to that customer? How do you figure out the things that you can do to sell to that customer? They don't know that. How do you advertise to that customer? Now, back in the day, if you wanted a product and you wanted to advertise something, you had to hire an advertising agency. And in order to do that, you had to have money. And you had a contract with the advertising agency. And then you had to have a lawyer to make the contract and all this stuff. And it was very expensive. But today, you have social media. You don't need to do as much advertising and have as much money. You can do a lot of social media to get the word out about your services and your products. How do you subcontract? Now, you've got a contract, and in the contract it says what you're going to do for your customer. And now your customer comes to you and says, thank you for all the things you're doing for me, but I really need to have you do this. You say, well, I don't know how to do that. It's not in the contract. You're going to have to pay me extra money, and then I'm going to go out and find somebody that can do that for you, and I will pay them to do that. That's subcontract. And so you teach them how to subcontract and how to make products. And I don't know if you've been following this, but over the years, there's been more and more and more projects that show up in, on the web, SourceForge and GitHub and all these others. If you take a real hard look, there's about 400,000 different projects out there that you could take some portion of them and turn them into a product. So what Project Caua did was take the geeky penguin with the tape on the glasses and meld that together with the penguin with the tie, the business penguin, to create a project that people could have. So how does Project Caua really work? We have Project Caua professionals, the students or whatever, and we can start back in high school with this, to start training the high school students how to do this. And what they're doing, what the first goal of Project Caua was to create services, go in and repair people's existing computers. And we don't really care whether these computers are Linux or free software or Windows or Apple. Doesn't care the product, we don't care for Project Caua. It's up to the student and what the student knows. We prefer to do open source because we think you can do a better job in and fixing that and keeping it alive. Now, a lot of students would go in and do what we call break and fix. When your computer breaks, you take it to the student, and the student fixes it and charges you a certain amount of money for their time and the equipment and everything. But the problem with that type of model is the fact that, you know, you can't control it. Maybe you don't have any break and fix traffic for a long time, but that doesn't mean that your rent stops. Doesn't mean that your electricity is not going to keep going. You know, you've got ongoing bills, so you really need to have a contract with these people to say, I'm going to get paid so much each month, and each month I'm going to visit you for so many hours a week, and I'm going to look your system over. I'm going to see what's happening in your error logs. I'm going to look for beginnings of failures of memory, failures of disk. I'm going to see if your disk is filling up. I'm going to see all this stuff. I'm going to see if you have to apply some patches to your system. I'm going to make sure your Wi-Fi is secure. I'm going to untangle that mess of cables and wires that you have going throughout your building and make it so you know that everything is labeled and where it's going. And I'm going to spend 4 hours every week with you as a customer doing this. I'll answer your questions. And if I don't know the answer, I'll go back and look it up on the web and translate it for you and do this. And so if you get 6 customers that you're spending 4 hours a week, that's 24 hours a week. It's a part-time job, better than flipping burgers, better than, you know, the night a hotel clerk. And you're doing it as something that you're trying to learn, okay? It's giving you experience in systems administration. And this should generate enough living money so that you can live, you can pay these incidental expenses that you have in your tuition-free university. So we have a website that we are developing, and the website is made up of different levels. The first level describes, is written in every language. We have it right now in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. It describes what the project is, how it works, why people should be doing it. And that's the same universally around the world. The second level of the website is country by country, about 180 different countries, that have a contract, a skeleton contract, which is legal in that country. Maybe it's written in the language of that country, it's been checked and vetted by a lawyer, and they say, yes, this is a legal contract in this country. It also has advertising materials for that country. I can't tell you the number of times I've gone into a country where the native population has a skin color much darker than mine, and yet you're coming out from the airport and there's a bulletin board with a purely white, you know, British person or something, you know, telling them why they should be buying their product. It's ridiculous. So you have advertising that fits the market. Rule of thumb, never, ever have advertising in Japan that shows chimpanzees dressed up in suits. For some reason, that just infuriates the Japanese. You're not going to go anyplace. So advertising that fits that, taxes that fit the country, and so forth. And you put all of that at the country level, the country modules. You have 180 different modules at the second level. Now, underneath of that, for each country, you have people who start up a local Project Caua site. And maybe that's associated with the university, maybe it's associated with a business group like the Kiwanis Club, or, you know, one of those Lions Club or Rotary Club, and you get a volunteer from them. Now, this volunteer doesn't know anything about technology. Doesn't know anything about technology. That's the student's job. But what they do know is how to approach their businesses, how to approach their customers. And they coach and encourage the students to go out there and do that. Because remember, when you were 17 or 18 years old, you know, and you had to go out and knock at the door of a business person, your knees were shaking and stuff like that, you were sure this person was going to just chop off your head. They need to have encouragement. But once they've done that once or twice, once they've been successful at doing that, they don't need to have as much encouragement. They know what they're doing. Now, this is a trick to this, I must admit, because that mentor, that person who's volunteering to do that, that mentor goes to the Kiwanis Club, the Rotary Club, the Lions Club, and talks to the business people in that organization. Maybe it's a small hotel association or a restaurant association in that city. They go there, they describe the whole program, and they say to these people, how many of you would like to have one of these students working with you to help you keep your computers alive? And when the people raise their hands, the mentor goes around and takes their telephone numbers and addresses and stuff like that, takes it back to the group of students whose knees are shaking and say, hi, why don't you go see this person? So now you have the customer who's been prompted. This is a magician's trick. The customer's been prompted. You know, it's a force. You're forcing the student upon this customer, but the customer's expecting it to happen. And they say, okay, we'll try you out. And once you're the student, you've made a couple of successful sales, then you can be the mentor to the next student coming along. So that's how the program works. And what the students said to me, we piloted this several times, and we learned each time through the pilot some things. One of the things that we learned was the students said, hey, we wanted to not just do services, we want to do products. And that would cause me a little bit of problem because I was still in the process of trying to figure out what type of products people could have. And we came up with basically 4 products to start off with. And I'll go over some of them. This is just a list of them right here. Odoo, which is a point of sale and ERP system called Enterprise Resource Planning. Most companies have this. It's an inventory control system. It's a customer relationship management system. It's maybe a web page, but it's all built out of this system that allows you to integrate all of these things. And Odoo has been around for a long time. It was called Tiny ERP at one time, and they rechanged it to Odoo. There is a commercial side of it, but there's also a community side, which is completely open source and completely free. And there's enough stuff on the free side to be able to set up an entire point of sale and ERP system that you don't pay anything for the software. And so that's one thing. We'll get a little bit more into that a little bit later. Another one is the Freedom Box Personal and Community Server. Now, a friend of mine named Eben Moglin, who is a law professor in New York City, who wrote GPL version 3, he had this kind of a thing one time. And the thing was that he was a little nervous about people putting their most private of stuff up onto Google and Amazon and stuff like that. I mean, he didn't care about the cat pictures. You can put as many cat pictures as you want up there, but he did care about people putting their social security numbers and stuff like that. So he decided to create this project called Freedom Box to be a secure personal server that would run on a little single board computer and that you could plug into the wall and store your most private of things there. And after a number of years of people helping them do this, they created version 1.0, and it has now been integrated into Debian 11 and 12, so the software is actually there. And that became another product, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later also. There's also Kodi, which is a multimedia home system to allow you to store your music and your videos and things like that. You can set up a really nice home entertainment system out of Kodi and a little single board computer and some speakers. And also an Internet of Things integration that you could do with HomeAssistant.io. And then there's a couple more things that are coming down the pipe, but all these can tend to run on Debian on these little single board computers. We'll see more about them later. So the Project Caua professionals said, yeah, we want to have products as well as a service offering. So we tried to create the lowest cost possible product for them that they could then extend, because it's free software, and make money in the setup and maintenance and everything like that. So let's go into them in a little bit greater depth. Here's Odoo. There's the URL to the Odoo community site where you can learn more about it. And
it's been compared favorably to SAP and Oracle ERP POS systems. Now, for those of you who have ever dealt with those, you find out that they're very sophisticated and very expensive. And not only that, but they're very closed, okay? So I had a friend who had a restaurant. He had an Oracle ERP system, and one day I found that he was really exhausted. And I said, why are you exhausted? It's because he spent the whole weekend typing in his receipts that he had gotten from his vendors into the system so the system knew what he had. And I said, well, can't you get those things electronic? Oh, I do. They email me those receipts. Well, why can't you just feed them into the system? I have to pay Oracle $30,000 for the module that allows me to do that. I said, that's a sed and awk script. No, I don't know how the database is set up, so I can't do that. So I have to spend a day every month typing these things in. And this is the type of thing that, you know, even if you got the system, the main system for free, having to do that work because it's not open is a problem. Now, Odoo works on a wide variety of systems. It works on Windows, it works on Linux, it works on BSD. You're not limited to what it is. But there's hundreds of companies out there who offer second and third level support. So if you need to have a new module written, you can go to those companies and subcontract to them to get that module written. If there's something that the student can't solve, they can call in those companies. Now, I've been to those companies. People told me, hey, these companies are going to hate this because it's taking away business from them. No, they don't. They love this because this eliminates those crappy questions they always get. My mouse, I move it right and the little thing on the screen goes to the left. No, you're holding the mouse wrong, okay? This eliminates that type of problem, or the printer that's unplugged, or whatever. And now, when somebody calls them up, it's the student who calls them up and talks to them on a level, and they can talk to them at a different level. So it shortens the amount of time. They can concentrate on second and third level problems because of the students. So they love this idea, and they're some of the people that we're going to get to be mentors. That includes this person right here. Now, on the left-hand side, you see a typical point-of-sale ERP system. You see it at McDonald's. That's what it is, okay? It typically is a screen, LCD screen, a scanner, a printer, a cash drawer, and then maybe something to take credit cards. All of that stuff is supported with Odoo. And this guy right here works for a company called Kmee, K-M-E-E. He's one of the providers of Odoo in Brazil. And he came to a show to show off this type of stuff. Now, you take the Odoo software, you have your little single board computer, maybe it's a Raspberry Pi, maybe it's a Kinesis Lucus system, and you order a bunch of stuff over the internet. You order a printer, you order a scanner, you order a SCaLE, and it's all listed as the ones that are supported. Most of those are USB devices, they just plug right in. And then you create the system.
Hello, my name is John Mad Dog Hall. I am the board chairman of the Linux Professional Institute and the president of Linux International. I am here today with the people from the Kinesis Lucus project to show you a technology demonstration of one of the potential products that could be built with free and open source software, a Labrador, and stock components that you can order off the internet. Stock components such as a printer, a scanner, a cash drawer, and an LCD screen. This is free software from the Odoo Association, and we put together this little technology demonstration to show you what we've got working at this point with more things coming in the future. This is the Kinesis Lucus Labrador computer. It is a 32-bit computer. This particular one we are using to drive the point-of-sale terminal of Odoo. So the point-of-sale terminal is the interface that interacts with the human being, with the clerk, with the customer, things like that. There's another part of this system, which is a ERP system that would handle things like inventory or customer relationship management software or a lot of e-commerce, a lot of other things that a company or store would like to do, but they don't need a big computer to do it. They could do that with the Labrador. So we have this set up to take a standard bottle of hand gel, use a standard scanner, which you can buy off the internet, scan in the barcode from the product, and then you can see that it gets put onto the customer list of things that the customer has purchased. If that's the only thing that the customer wants at this time, you can then come and say, okay, proceed with what the customer is going to do. You can say, oh, you want to pay for it with cash, and click on that. You can then say, that's the last thing that the customer wants to buy, and so you validate that. And then it says, how do you want the receipt? And in this case, we're having the receipt sent out to the printer, and then we would go and print the receipt. And the receipt comes out on the printer, and the cash drawer opens up for you to accept the cash from the customer and give them their change. And then you can say, okay, we're going to have a new order, and start the whole process over again. We will be adding additional components to this, a scale to be able to weigh produce, and other things that people would want to have in a point of sale system. These basic components, including the Labrador, could also be put into a customer kiosk or other types of self-service types of things. This is a very powerful but yet very inexpensive system where the money that you're making can go into your pocket instead of sending it to a large corporation that is going to simply give it to their stockholders. So thank you very much for watching this. Keep in touch, keep watching, because we're going to be doing more things over time. And this will be ready very, very soon for people to be able to use this to make business and make money. Thank you very much. My name is John Mad Dog Hall, and this is Caninos Lucas.
Now, over time, what we're going to be doing is replacing the regular LCD screen with a touch panel, and so you're not going to need to have the mouse and the keyboard to, it'll be less clunky. But this was just a technology demonstration to give you an idea about what Udo can do with a little single-board computer like a Raspberry Pi or a Caninos Lucas. So the next thing we want to talk about is the personal server. And this is done with FreedomBox software, freedombox.org, which we talked about before. And what they wanted was a blobless solution. So everything was in source code. And the hardware had no binary blobs in it, so you could see everything that was going on. Because if you want security, you have to be able to look at it, okay? And they created a panel to allow people to more easily set up the Wi-Fi, Tor server, VPN, and things like that you would want to have in a secure setting. Now, is this mom and pop easy? Probably not, but it certainly means you don't have to have a PhD in computer science to set this up, just a general knowledge of things that a student might have as they went through high school and university. You can also add Nextcloud software on there to have a community server, not just a personal server, but more of a community server where people can log in over the internet and be able to store their data and documents and collaborate with each other using collaboration software that Nextcloud supports. And finally, you can add on top of that the Fediverse type of software like Diaspora and GNU Social that allows you to create Facebook and other types of social media that is under the control of you instead of under the control of some corporation. Now, I admit that I come from a rather strange country called the United States. And we have this wonderful piece of law called the Constitution. And the Constitution protects our privacy, unless you have part of the Patriot Act. We'll ignore that for a little bit. But for the most part, we're supposed to have our privacy protected by the Constitution. However, if you come from outside the United States, you're not protected. Nothing. Zero. And if I, as a U.S. citizen, talk to somebody outside of the United States, then our conversation is not protected either. And so if you're outside of the United States, you may have some issues about having things located inside the United States. And this is why a lot of the social media companies have servers that are outside of the United States. But that still doesn't protect them because the headquarters are still inside of the United States. That's a problem for a lot of people in different countries. I won't say whether that's good or bad. I'll just say it's a problem. So besides all this software that you have, you can, the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil is a certificate authentication mechanism. So they can authenticate the certificates that you have on a website. When you say HTTPS, that S is a certified website. It becomes, because it's a certificate and there's a handshaking thing that goes on that guarantees that the website you think you're going to is actually the website that you are going to. The university is able to set that up also. In addition to that, there's things like multi-factor authentication. So one set of authentication is your username and your password. Another type of authentication might be your fingerprint. Another type of authentication might be your eye scan. Another type of authentication might be, what day of the week is it? And is it from 9 to 5? And if you're trying to access the site outside of those times, you shouldn't be able to do it. All these are authentication ways. Well, there's a key called, made by a company called Solo Key. There's other ones too. And you have to stick this key into your laptop in order to be able to log in. You can know your login name and your password till the cows come home, but unless you have that key stuck into your laptop, you're not going to be able to access it. And then you can pass that through using a technology called FIDO2 to give greater authentication to logging into your websites and stuff like that. And Solo Key is a company that makes these. All of the software for Solo Key that implements the FIDO2 technology is open source. So you can see exactly what it does. You can actually compile it and install it yourself. The hardware for the key is open source. They supply all the circuit diagrams so you can check it to make sure everything's going on. And if you want to, you could actually manufacture it in your own country on your own manufacturing lines. That's open source. The last one I want to talk about is the home entertainment system. This is Kodi Multimedia. It actually has had several renditions over the years, but it allows you to store all your photos and music and videos on inexpensive hardware. Not only set up a stereo system, which is basically 2-channel, but stereo with a subwoofer 2.1 or 5.1 or 7.1 comes out of that. And you can handle all of those different types of systems. 4K or 8K TV sets, you can do that too. And you can even handle over-the-air transmission. If you're in the city, there's a lot of over-the-air free TV that's generated. You can get a little USB prong that fits into your system, and you can capture over-the-air TV for people who don't want to pay for cable TV shows. Of course, you can browse the internet on it. This is your first connection to the internet for a lot of people. And you don't have, you can use the same system that's your multimedia system to browse the internet and see the connections. So you can add to that Home Assistant IO. This is the second largest platform or project on the internet, Linux being the only larger one. There's 80,000 people who contribute to this. Not everybody contributes a lot, but 80,000 different people. So there's a lot of interest in this. They can control all the lights that Google Home and Alexa control, and so you can go through. But when you talk to Home Assistant, it doesn't go all the way back to Google. It doesn't go all the way back to Apple. okay, it stays inside of your home in most cases. And that's important. It's also important when the internet goes down and all of a sudden you can't turn your lights on. You know, the internet is fine inside of your house, but there's nothing going to the outside. And this is a big problem in Africa recently because some of the cables going to Africa were cut over the last couple days, and their internet is spotty, to be the least. You can also set up a security webcam looking at your front door. Maybe you have a small apartment and the front door is the only way that people are going to get in. So you set up the webcam and you say, hey, if anything moves, send me a picture. Let me know. Because maybe it's just a cat jumping up on the door, but maybe it's somebody else who's coming into the system, and I want to know so I can call the police and let them know. It's relatively easy to set this up. You know, I mean, for a simple, you know, stereo system, you just plug in some powered speakers into your little USB, and you have all this capability. And I had a friend of mine who set this system up and tailored it. He had a projection system, LCD projector. He has a nice amplification system. And people would come over to his house. He'd say, you want to see some of the videos I took on my phone? I say, yeah, that'd be nice. He picks up his phone. He doesn't have to transfer the videos off his phone to any place else. He just connected to his phone and played it right out of his phone over the amplification system. And the people would sit there and look at this and say, where can I buy this? He says, well, it's not really a product. It's just a project I've been working. No, you don't understand. Where can I buy it and how much does it cost? So there's a lot of demand for this. And you may not be selling this to somebody who has a base salary or something, but there's a lot of people who have big, expensive, home entertainment systems that would pay a lot of money to have this type of integration. And so there's 400,000 projects out there of different types that the students could look at, learn, and then sell support for this to the various customers that they have. And what does all of Project Caua cost to the students? How much are the students going to have to pay to become a Project Caua professional? You know, what's the cost to the students? And the answer is nothing. Never. In fact, you don't even have to become a Project Caua professional in order to have access to all the information about how to do this, all the build stuff, all the things that tell you about the hardware and what you have to do to put together. All of that is going to be available to everyone who wants it. You don't even have to log into the system. However, if you want to ask a question of somebody, then we're going to make you have a login account. And when you get that login account, you're going to have to agree to a code of conduct. No calling people names. No telling them they're an idiot. You know, treat them like another human being. That's all you have to do. And then you can ask questions and maybe people will help you, because that's what we're all about. But what if I want to be a Project Caua professional? Don't I have to pay for that to be able to use the Project Caua logo, to be able to have on my business card Project Caua professional? Still don't have to pay. It's still free. But here you have to agree to a professional code of conduct which says how you treat your customer. That you agree to go to your customer every week for 4 hours. You don't just leave them by. You treat them as a professional. And you can become a Project Caua professional and use the trademark information. Now, what optional things could you get when you get to that level? Well, maybe you want discounted vouchers to the Linux Professional Institute so you can get certifications, because that will help you attract customers. And, that's something you can get. Why can you get that when you get to that level? Because you've agreed to the professional code of conduct. Now you've got your certification. What else does that do for you? When you go to an insurance company to get professional insurance in your country, they'll sell it to you at a discount. Why? Because they know you're trained. And you're less likely to get into trouble where you're your customer is going to sue you for the damages you've done to their system. You're less likely to have those damages. And you could also get discounts on books and training and other things because you're a Project Caua professional. But it still has not cost you any money. So we're going to build this community of Project Caua professionals. Independent business people, each one owning their own business. And we're going to connect them with 5 to 6 businesses apiece, all local to where they are. We're going to start them off in high school, so by the time they go to university, they already know how to do it. They take their customers that they've had in high school, which is local to where they live, and they give them to the next Project Caua, potential Project Caua professional. They then go to university. They say, oh, I need to get 5 or 6 more customers that are local to where I live at the university. But maybe there's a senior who's already leaving, who already has those customers, or maybe they're working on their senior projects and they don't have the time to do this, so the freshman coming in takes over from the senior that's leaving. And so the customer gets the connectivity, continuity of support they need. So all the revenues, other than their expenses that they have, goes right into their pocket, other than taxes, of course. Everybody has to pay taxes. And they're expected, as part of this community, to help the other Project Caua professionals. And they can do that because they're not competing with them. Each one is 5 or 6 customers within their scope of where they live. We have a community of mentors. Like I said, they don't have to be technical. They're mostly business people. How do you do a business? And they help the students help themselves to do this. They meet with the PCPs once a month, you know, like a Boy Scout meeting or Girl Scout meeting or whatever. And universities can use Project Caua as a separate type of internship program for the students who need to earn money to go to university. So Mad Dog, this is wonderful. When is this going to happen? Well, as I said, we've had several different projects, several different pilots, particularly in Brazil. We have a pilot going on in Argentina, a pilot going on in Uruguay and Paraguay. And we've learned a lot from these projects and pilots. So today, you can start looking at the Udo software. You can start looking at the Freedom Box software. You can start to see what these, Cody, what can these things do? Imagine in your mind what you can do with it. And then on June the 24th, we will hopefully have the website done. So you can go to the website and start looking at it and start planning on it and stuff. And actually start doing this yourself. You don't have to wait for us. And then we're going to have the full launch on July. Showed them the business plan. I showed them how it's going to work. And after 2 days, they came back to me, and their faces were really white. And they said, this scales really well. I said, yes, it does. And I want this to be worldwide. I want places all over the world to be able to do Project Caua. And to have not the richest people going to university, but the best. So thank you very much. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them. We need to have the microphones so people can hear your questions on the recording. And I'm going to start shutting this down because I want to go hear Bill's talk as the final keynote.
Any questions?
Where's the website for this?
I purposely have not shown that because it's not ready yet. So it will be Project Caua, just the same way as it's spelled, .org when it's ready. And it'll be ready during the soft launch, which will be June the 24th. But in the meantime, you can start looking at the software for Udo, which is there. And Cody, which is there, and Freedom Box, which is there, and start to think about it.
Any other questions?
So why is it taking so long to do the website? Because it's one thing to do it in English, it's another thing to get all the translations done, Spanish, Portuguese. It's another thing to get the contracts written and vetted by lawyers, and then to get those translated and vetted in the different countries. So we have to have all that done before we can put the website up and let people start going after it.
You mentioned pilots in several countries. Is anything going on the African continent?
Not currently with Project Caua, no, but we have contacts in places like Ghana and Kenya. I'm leveraging off of the Linux Professional Institute. I'm the board chair of the Linux Professional Institute, and while LPI is not doing this specifically, they are helping with this. And they see a movement that if people become involved with Project Caua, that this will generate requirements for certifications and things like that. So the people that we have inside of LPI would be very interested in being Project Caua mentors.
I'm curious because I do have some contacts in Africa. How do I get in touch with you? What's the best way to sort of start that conversation with you?
Well, maddog@lpi.org works very well.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
The other thing I'm going to do, this has been recorded, it's going to go up on the SCaLE website, and when the website becomes available, I will ask them to update the listing for this to include projectcaua.org so that when people see the talk, they'll be able to see the URL for the website. But it would just be frustrating for people right now to try and go to the website and not have it ready. No. Anything else? Okay, Bill Treswick, over in the other building. He's giving a keynote. I've known Bill for 40 years. Really funny guy, really nice guy. Go see it. It's worth it. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.